Good morning. I have 9 o'clock and I suppose we should get started. Welcome everybody here. I have a question since this is the first time I've seen the agenda. Is there some erstwhile volunteer who's kind of going to lead this group, or do we just go down the agenda? Are you the guy? All right, well then you take it away.
Okay. All right, can everybody hear me okay? All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thanks for coming in early today for our informational panel about baiting and feeding a wild game. I'm going to begin with some introductions of the panel members. Most of the faces you guys will recognize, but we do have a couple of guests with us today. So I wanted to extend a special thanks to Charlie and Dwayne, who've joined us from North Dakota and Oklahoma, respectively. And beyond that, I'll let them introduce themselves so I don't butcher their titles. So my name's Jake George. I'm the Wildlife Division Director. I'm going to be leading the discussions here today. And we can begin with Matt here and just kind of go down the line, just who you are, your title, and I think that should suffice for now.
All right, Matt Peak, I'm a fur bearer and pronghorn and elk program coordinator out of the Emporia Research Office.
My name is Charlie Bonson. I'm the wildlife veterinarian for North Dakota Game and Fish.
I'm Kent Crickey, small game coordinator based out of the Emporia Research and Survey Office. Rich Schultes, assistant director as well, being a lot of research person.
Dwayne Elmore, I'm faculty at Oklahoma State University.
Levi Jasker, I'm the big game program coordinator for the Kansas Wildlife Parks.
Okay, so before we dive in, share with you guys kind of the logistics of how we envision this panel operating this morning. We have one seamless presentation with multiple presenters, so we'll just kind of take turns and getting up here to present our portions to you guys. Each presenter has been assigned a specific topic related to baiting and feeding to cover. I'm going to be providing an overview here on the front end and then kind of wrap up and discussion of the next steps as we move forward with the discussion into the future. Charlie's going to be covering disease transmission. Matt and Kent are going to cover impacts on animal behavior. Levi is going to discuss nutrition. Dwayne's going to talk about aflatoxins, and Rich is going to play mop up and discuss some of the variety of other considerations that we weren't able to really delve into in detail today for time constraints. So we anticipate at least 20 to 30 minutes of opportunity at the end of the presentation for questions or discussion, but please do feel free to interrupt any of us at any point during the presentations if you do have specific questions. I think we should have plenty of time. So we tried to not make it too intense, but keep the topic and topics relevant and interesting for you guys. So hopefully it won't be a death by PowerPoint here this morning. So
I might add one thing. Did spot some cinnamon rolls showing
There's
up.
some fruit and rolls and fruit rolls and some muffins back there. So
So
get up one at a time and sneak back.
Yeah, I was
Help
gonna say,
yourself.
let's just keep on, and then your stomach gets to growling, sneak back.
sounds good. Were there any questions or anything before we begin?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to dive in with the overview here. So baiting and feeding wild game means different things to a lot of different people. It's not a new issue. It's something that's been discussed for a long time, and various states have handled it in a variety of different ways. The difficult part is it's a controversial topic. Those who do utilize bait for hunting or wildlife photography or whatever the case may be are rather adamant that it is something that is necessary for whatever activity or their intent may be. There are biological, social, economic, and political implications, primarily political implications because of the economic impacts regarding baiting and feeding, and kind of has become a cottage industry, at least within those states. And even in states where it's prohibited, there's still, deer feed and things that are sold in some of the stores, even though it's not permissible on the landscape. So everybody knows what baiting and feeding is, right? But it's pretty important to define the terms. And when you attempt to define it, it's much more difficult as far as differentiating between one and the other than you might think. For our purposes today, we borrowed some from the Wildlife Society's position statement regarding baiting and supplemental feeding of wild game. And I'll be borrowing from that substantially for some of the overview here today. We're going to define baiting as the act of intentionally placing food or nutrient substances to manipulate the behavior of wild species for the purpose of attracting wildlife to a specific location to enhance hunter harvest or viewing opportunities. Now, supplemental feeding, we're defining as the act of intentionally placing any food for use by wildlife on an annual or seasonal basis with the intent of either artificially attracting or concentrating wildlife to enhance recreational opportunities such as hunter harvest, wildlife viewing, or photography, or with the intent of attempting to improve the condition of individual animals such as body mass, growth rates, antler size, or population performance, such as survival, fecundity, restoration, and growth. So you can see in our attempts to boil this down, it's difficult to do in defining it, and there is a lot of overlap between the two. What it comes down to as far as baiting versus feeding is really intent, timing, duration, quantity, and consumability. And there can be overlap there, and one can become the other and vice versa. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about baiting and feeding. Of important note, what we're not talking about are food plots. Food plots that are plain consistent with your local or regional agricultural practices are not considered baiting or supplemental feeding. So we're not talking about that here today. Okay, any questions on how we're defining those? Okay, the next part, I went through the 13 states that are considered Midwest states by the Midwest Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and took a look and tried to compare and contrast the primarily baiting, but also baiting and feeding regulations. So the handout that you have that has this map on the front of it it's an overly generalized map, but really the point of it was a couple of different things. That baiting is restricted statewide in 9 of the 13 states in the Midwest. Now, by restricted, I don't mean that it's prohibited, but I mean that statewide there is some sort of restriction that could range from in Nebraska, where hunting over an active bait pile is illegal, but you can still bait prior to, and you have to hunt 200 yards away from what was an active bait site, et cetera. So there's some limitation there. To the opposite end of the spectrum, like Illinois and Indiana, where baiting and feeding are just outright prohibited statewide. And everything in between. Different states handle it, as I mentioned, in a variety of different ways. So the point of that is that, especially with the changes that have happened in North Dakota, Kentucky, and Ohio over the last 2 years, respective to baiting restrictions from chronic wasting disease positive counties or management regions. Kansas is the only state of the 13 in the Midwest that does not in any way, shape, or form restrict baiting on private lands. So regulatory authority and restriction of baiting on private lands, not having anything in place there, Kansas is not only an exception, but the exception in the Midwest. Likewise, Kansas was one of, if not the last state to actually prohibit baiting on public lands. North Dakota, Ohio, and Kentucky were in the same boat as Kansas, where it was just public lands where it was prohibited up until the last 2 years with the changes respective to chronic wasting disease. Some states do specifically address feeding as well, not just for hunting purposes, but feeding with respect to feeding turkeys, where that can be with respect to the curtilage of your home, et cetera. It goes into a lot of details. I did not want to have to delve into all those and differentiate between them. So the remainder of that handout that I provided you is the summaries of baiting and feeding regulations or restrictions within the 13 Midwestern states. Questions or comments there? Okay, so for a broader wildlife management community perspective, so you know that it's, I mentioned this is nothing new. And I mentioned the Wildlife Society's position statement. Prior to that position statement, they completed in 2003 a technical review of the literature respective to the baiting and supplemental feeding of wild game. And in 2006, the position statement came out. So I'm going to share some perspectives from the Wildlife Society, the Wildlife Management Institute, as well as some perspectives and papers from our neighbor to the north in Canada, where the supplemental feeding on the winter ranges is more the topic. All of them are related though. So their issue statement, it was a position statement. Now they refer to it as an issue statement from the Wildlife Society, said, the future of wildlife management in North America depends on wild places to naturally support diverse, healthy, and sustainable populations of wildlife compatible with human interests and desires. Public policies that allow or promote baiting and supplemental feeding by the general public may convey the erroneous concept that such practices are suitable replacements for adequate habitat and scientific management of wildlife. A public that associates illegal baiting and or supplemental feeding with stewardship may be unprepared to understand and act on the real and substantive threats to wildlife sustainability. And these are a little word heavy, but I wanted to read the quotes to you guys because I think it fairly well frames the position of the professional wildlife community on baiting and feeding for the last 20 years. So within the same issue statement, and as part of their technical review that had been completed prior, they boiled it down to several potential management concerns, which included concentrating wildlife of greater than natural densities, increasing direct and indirect contact among wildlife species, increasing wildlife habituation to humans and detracting from wild behavior, increasing the likelihood of disease transmission within and among species and maintaining endemic disease reservoirs, reducing home range size, increasing fecundity and affecting carrying capacity, causing significant habitat damage in areas of baiting and feeding sites, significantly affecting populations of non-target wildlife species, increasing intra and interspecific competition and stress among and within target and non-target wildlife populations. And finally, redirecting attention, resources, and effort away from wildlife habitat management, often forcing agencies to divert resources from habitat and population management to address disease outbreaks, eradication efforts, and related monitoring of affected populations. In 2000, the publication that you see on the left there was produced by the Wildlife Management Institute. And I thought this quote summed up the intent of that publication fairly well, which was titled, "Feeding Wildlife, Just Say No." So supplemental feeding, however well-intentioned, either compromises the animal's wildness or wellness, or it interferes with the essential natural processes of selection. For the long-term benefit of big game wildlife populations, supplemental feeding is an accident waiting to happen. When and where such feeding is done, it is undertaken only, if not expressly, for the interest of people, because the fed animals almost invariably will not benefit and very likely will be harmed by the practice. So the reason I wanted to include this one, I think it's important to note that no matter what the intent of the baiting or feeding is, however well-intentioned it may be, the benefit is always for people. It's for us. It's not for the wildlife.
I have a question, Jay.
Yes.
When they talk about wildlife, do they include birds?
Yes. They're talking all wildlife.
So the little hummingbird feeders that hang on everybody's front porch would be considered an unsafe feeding practice?
Potentially. And, you know, that was some of the changes in publications that information that we put out when you have avian influenza outbreaks, et cetera, where there's ways that you can mitigate as far as spreading it out, as far as not having birdseed centralized, et cetera, spreading it on the ground. Anything you can do like that, it's similar to comparing a deer feeder or pile of deer corn to a food plot. So,
I mean, I know what the practical difference is, and I'm
Right.
looking at it from primarily huntable species,
sure.
but I'm
And that
just
is-
trying to, because I know where this is ultimately going to go with this group. Maybe not today, maybe not this year, but I know where it's going. And I'm just trying to figure out whether or not there's a small industry of bird feeding as well as co-op selling
Sure.
corn. And
Sure, there is. And there are some examples in that packet. Kentucky, if I remember correctly, is a good one. And I believe Missouri as well, where they differentiate between baiting and feeding. And the feeding does include exceptions regarding prohibitions around the curtilage of the home, specifically for bird feeders, squirrel feeders, that sort of thing. So I mentioned our neighbors to the north is from the Canadian Cooperative Wildlife Health Center, again, back circa 2003, if I remember correctly. This was a comprehensive review of the ecological and human social effect of artificial feeding and baiting of wildlife. The human social effects of providing food to wildlife concern numerous issues: economics, human safety, wildlife ownership, and perceptions regarding specific issues can be quite disparate. The science-based information is limited in part because philosophical differences lie at the root of many of the issues, and science is not the appropriate tool for resolution, such as science cannot determine whether hunting over bait is ethical or not. So because of that, what we're talking about today and what we're focusing on with the different topics is not the more subjective topics of ethics or fair chase. We're not talking about that because that is something that's difficult to measure. It's very subjective. What we do have a wealth of research on that is some of it 20 years old and some of it between then and now are the impacts to health, behavioral change, and the general implications of unnatural concentrations of wildlife. So that's what we'll be talking about today. And Charlie, I believe you're up.
Good morning. Let's make sure my thing works here. Okay, yeah, we're good. So again, yeah, my name is Charlie Bonson. I serve as a wildlife veterinarian for North Dakota Game and Fish. I've been in that role for about 5 years, and before that, I was actually at the Southeastern Cooperative Wildlife Disease Study at University of Georgia, and did disease work for southeastern states, including Kansas. So against my better judgment, I need to tell you my story about Kansas. The weirdest phone call I ever got. A biologist called and he said, "You know, I just took this call and I got to ask you, what are the potential health risks of feeding my chickens the whole carcasses of possums?" And so I said, "You know, I have no idea. I'm going to need some time to look into this." And so I got off the phone. I said, "I'd call you back." Got off the phone. I started researching, what are parasites that possums can carry that might infect chickens. And the biologist called me back and about 20 minutes later, and he said, "Well, I got some more information for you. I need to know what the health impacts are of feeding my chickens the whole carcasses of cooked possums, because this guy likes to put the whole carcass onto his grill and grill it for his chickens first." And so, yeah, so I don't know. I mean, 165-degree internal temperature, it might be fine. But in North Dakota, we don't have possums yet, but I'm sure, or I would hope that we would find an equally good use for them. So, I like to start most presentations, regardless of what I'm talking about, with just our mission statement. And it's similar to yours in that, our department is charged with trying to conserve and enhance wildlife populations for sustained public consumptive use. And so, that becomes a game about identifying what benefits that, but also what threatens that, whether it's, land use changes, urbanization, political changes, or also diseases. And some of these diseases are known and unknown. You guys are, I'm sure, familiar with EHD or chronic wasting disease, diseases that have established short-term or long-term implications for our wildlife populations. There's also a number of other diseases like brucellosis or tuberculosis that can be transmitted between wildlife and livestock. And so in some situations, they put those two entities at odds, and often wildlife doesn't come out of that conflict very well. I also have a bullet point here for unknown, and I mean a couple of things by that. One of which is, there's always that unknown, undescribed disease that may be emerging. Of course, we can all think of examples of that in recent years. But there's also sort of this inherent unknown of what's actually going on out on the landscape. So when we talk about free-ranging wildlife, it's pretty well understood that our first detection of any given disease is rarely ever the first actual disease. We're always even years behind that, and so it behooves us, as I'll talk about later on, to already maintain sort of a social landscape that's less conducive to disease spread amongst our wildlife. Now, I didn't really know what to call them, but I'm calling them thought experiments. I've got a couple of different thought experiments for you guys. The first one is, so just take sort of a theoretical disease, we won't even name it, that's transmitted sort of through conventional routes, direct contact among individuals, contact with bodily fluids. And just for a second, think about if there's some hypothetical situation where we wanted to spread this disease across our wildlife as fast as possible, as wide-ranging as possible, given the limited tool set that we have in managing free-ranging wildlife. So with that, how would you guys go about doing that? Well, you'd want to do something that puts these animals in really close proximity to each other. You'd want to try to get as many, getting a little delay here. Let's see.
Oh, my bad. That's right.
You'd want to try to get as many, unrelated animals together as possible. You'd want to try to do something that would get animals to, consume foodstuffs that's contaminated with this disease agent, with bodily fluids. Possibly get a lot of concentration of this disease agent on the landscape could help out our cause. And honestly, the more, the longer, the bigger, the better in trying to get this accomplished. My second thought experiment here is what was unfortunately a fairly typical day here in North Dakota this last winter. This is our Interstate 94, which goes east to west across the state. So a day like this, if I was going to try to drive across the state 120 miles an hour, I would almost certainly get in an accident, right? We can all kind of understand that. Now there is no specific study that points us to that, what will happen to Charlie if he drives 120 miles an hour across the state, but we can kind of understand that risk by taking what we understand about driving in winter, what we understand about driving at high speeds, maybe some fatality stats, and we can get a pretty good idea of the risk around a practice like that. And honestly, that's kind of how we understand a lot of our scientific phenomenon, is by taking these little pieces, these peer-reviewed studies, and saying, what direction do these things point us towards in aggregate? And so that's what we are largely tasked with doing, again, in understanding this particular phenomenon or any other. Now, I'm going to go into some of these in a little more detail. First, I just want to dazzle you with I think those are Greek letters, an equation here. And simply put, when we talk about disease transmission risk, it's simply a product of contact rate between animals and with the pathogen of interest, and then also the probability of transmission given contact with that. And so if we do anything that increases, either component of that formula, we therefore increase disease transmission. So diving into a number of these studies, and this will be kind of intense, so bear with me here, is fundamentally, we understand that whether we're talking about livestock or free-ranging wildlife or captive wildlife, if we concentrate animals, put them in really close proximity, we increase disease transmission. So captive deer farms dealing with chronic wasting disease, if we confine animals, we get to much higher rates of infection much faster than what's typically seen in our free-ranging systems. We also know that, baiting and feeding do just that. They create these artificially high deer concentrations. They also promote, interactions between deer that increase the likelihood of disease transmission. They promote extensive face-to-face contacts. We know that though in those situations where there's those animals are providing bodily fluids that contaminate the food stuff, that also serves as a source of infection. And so under experimental studies, we can take contaminated feed or equipment and we can pretty successfully transmit disease just through those fomites alone. We also know that particularly with some new diagnostic technologies, if we look at areas of really high concentration of animals, we can detect these disease agents on the landscape, and those can be a source of infection as well. Also, interestingly, at least I've seen it well described in white-tailed deer. It probably happens in other species as well. It turns out that maternal family groups are actually do a pretty good job of spatially segregating. You'll have kind of these large, somewhat related individuals that don't interact a whole lot in natural systems. That tends to all break down when you put artificial feed on the landscape. So all of a sudden, genetically, there's just complete mixing. And with those, the breakdown of those discrete family groups, we get increased risk of disease transmission across the landscape. And so, I think Jake already mentioned it. There's these elk feed grounds in the greater Yellowstone area that, provide a lot of conflicting interests, both for and against it. So it's a kind of a huge issue, but of course, one aspect of that is disease transmission risk. And so I guess a little more background is that these feed grounds are provided for elk, both to support what's probably a carrying capacity that's higher than what would the landscape would naturally provide. It's also provided to try to keep those elk away from cattle. It turns out, though, that, even though these elk are getting a free meal, these elk that are, drawn to being in close proximity, it actually kind of stresses them out, as it would for me interacting with people as well. So if we look at their fecal glucocorticoids, that's cortisol or stress hormone, which is well understood to be immunosuppressive. It turns out that the elk at these feed grounds have much higher rates of stress than what we see with elk that are just making a living out on native winter range. Also, interestingly, is a study that looked at that same system and looked at, well, what's happening with elk that are at these feed grounds versus just natural winter congregation that we observe with a lot of our species. And by putting proximity collars on those, we find that supplemental feeding has the largest effect on whether or not these animals have contact, twice that of just a standard snow cover winter conditions. And then interestingly, the disease that's of big concern in that particular area is brucellosis. This is another very important disease of the livestock industry. Has huge regulatory implications, and it turns out that the serial prevalence, the measure of exposure to brucellosis for quite a long time was higher at these feed grounds than outside of the feed grounds. Now that separation, that segregation is actually broken down in recent years as exposure is radiated out. But interestingly, just yesterday, there was a news release that a cattle herd in southern Wyoming, well outside of this area, broke with brucellosis. And again, that has huge implications for the livestock industry in Wyoming. One other study I wanted to point to was this was looking at mule deer, collared mule deer in Saskatchewan throughout the year, and just looking at what they do relative to these different attractants. And it turns out that deer prefer artificial feed sources. They spend more time at them. They have more environmental contact compared to sort of all the other deer attractants: natural browse sites, rubs, salts, slicks, water holes. I'll kind of end with two parallel almost case studies. talking about bovine tuberculosis. Again, this is a bacterial disease that, can be transmitted between cattle and deer, and also humans can get bovine tuberculosis as well. Back in the 1920s and 30s, across the country, there was a fairly wide degree of of tuberculosis in cattle. And in Michigan, about 20 to 30% of cattle had this. But throughout the 20th century, there's a real concerted effort to try to eradicate it or get it out of the cattle industry. And by and large, that was really quite successful across the United States. Unfortunately, in Michigan, see if my pointer works, around the mid-90s, all of a sudden they realized that there was an established endemic self-perpetuating foci of tuberculosis within the deer herd in that particular part of the state. And that was causing problems. You would occasionally get spillover of tuberculosis from deer back into the cattle industry, really exacerbating efforts to try to eradicate it from cattle. They did a bunch of work and it turns out that that particular area had been bought up by these really extensive hunting leases, and those leases had, in order to try to increase carrying capacity, it really started aggressive winter feeding regimes. And then also along with that, baiting became a pretty common practice, 80s, 90s, and so on. And so it was, due to some of these, or because of some of these studies, they were able to find that the extent of supplemental feeding was a significant predictor of why tuberculosis prevalence had gotten established in that particular part of the state versus all these other parts of the state where, both cattle and deer were mixing and TB was there. And so because of that, this practice of baiting and feeding enabled TB to persist and spread, again, for many years unrecognized. Now, when they looked at it, it was only about 5% of deer were infected in that particular area, but that was again, sufficient to occasionally spill over to cattle, occasionally infect humans. So Michigan DNR instituted some management to try to get a handle on that. Pretty significant reduction in herds, or in the herd through hunter harvest, but also, baiting and feeding restrictions. And by and large, in a couple of decades, they were able to drop the infection rate. It decreased about 1% over that given time. That being said, 1% to 0% is quite difficult, and they continue to wrestle with that. But it seems that a confounding thing towards that effort is persistent baiting and feeding non-compliance within that area. Some modeling has shown that by just increasing the probability of a deer visiting a bait site by 50%, you increase your TB prevalence moving forward by 6 to 7% over 30 years. So pretty problematic if we're trying to address this issue. Now contrast that to bovine tuberculosis in Minnesota. So we're in the northern part of Minnesota, and around 2005, it was recognized that TB had been brought into the state and with some cattle, and both cattle and deer were getting infected with TB. So the state went in and actually did aggressive deer removal for about 5 years. And after 5 years, there was no longer any detections of TB. There hasn't been any in the area since 2009. And that all falls against a climate that was probably less conducive to disease transmission. So baiting was illegal in 1991. It's not part of the hunting culture in Minnesota. Feeding was restricted in 2006 in that area, and there was a lot of buy-in, so good compliance with that. So as a result, disease was less established by the time they found it, and as they're trying to institute this aggressive disease management, you're not combating this added level of transmission provided by baiting and feeding. So I'm kind of closing out here and want to leave you with one more thought experiment. And that is that, particularly in recent times, we can all kind of relate to the experience of having been around somebody who was sick and you did not get sick. that's a very, very relatable, plausible thing for all of us in recent years. At the same time, you can also relate to the fact that, the longer you were around that person, the more closely you were associated with that person, the more sick people you were around, ultimately increase the likelihood of you getting sick. And so what I mean by that is that when we talk about risk of disease transmission, it's cumulative. And so when we try to curtail that, it's a matter of trying to identify what's within our powers to curtail and to what degree are we obliged to do that. We have a number of people will point out that that there is natural transmission that occurs in wildlife, and because of that, what does it matter? And our response to that is that the existence of some disease risk that's outside of our power to control doesn't justify exacerbating it, piling on more, making it worse. I can say that that at least in North Dakota, this issue is pretty charged. It generates a lot of pretty strong emotional responses, and it's one that frankly is not very fun to deal with from an agency standpoint. But we always kind of go back to our mission statement, and when we look at our the fact that we're compelled to promote populations, promote sustainable use of those populations, weighed against the risk of disease, we're simply keep being reminded that we're obliged to at least engage in this issue as not fun as it can be. So with that, I'll gladly answer any questions or pass the pointer on to the next person and chat with you guys later.
Anybody have any questions?
Let me ask you a question more specific to North Dakota.
Yes, sir.
You have partial baiting.
Yep.
Why, with all the evidence that you talked about, plus the other things, why would you allow any baiting at all?
Yeah, that's a really excellent question. And it maybe gets at the crux of this whole discussion is a little bit of history about baiting in North Dakota is that, we in North Dakota restrict the practice in response to where we detect chronic wasting disease. And so in 2009, we had our first detection in a kind of a discrete part of the state, restricted baiting in a fairly discrete part of the state, and it remained fairly static for about 10 years. Starting in 2018, we started to get CWD incursion from Canada. And so, along with more and more detections, more and more units were added to the list of baiting restricted units. It's a reasonable question to ask, why don't you just go statewide? And honestly, we are confronted with the challenge of balancing the fact that some people really enjoy baiting and feeding and are very resistant to that change with the established disease threat. So where we know that we have that disease threat, it's our feeling that we can't justify allowing that practice to continue. From a practical standpoint, that means that, you're kind of always moving the chain a little bit. You're engaging a new set of sportsmen and women every, whenever you find new CWD, and that also becomes pretty taxing as well. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of. Yes, it does. But the pressure you get on the other side to allow baiting.
Yep.
Does it come principally from just your run-of-the-mill hunter or commercial hunting operation?
Yeah, I can say that within another good question. I can say that within North Dakota, hunting over bait was not a part of our traditional way that hunting happens.
Right.
That tended or started to switch in around 2000 with the advent of more archery hunting becoming more and more popular. And so I would say, when we have folks that are, resistant to this change, it's often in relation to archery hunting, which still is not, by any means the vast majority of our, deer hunters in North Dakota. Probably the other group is we do have some sport or some outfitters that, sell hunting, which often involves over bait. So those are probably the two maybe biggest groups, I guess, that we engage in this issue with.
Okay.
Charlie, you might address really quick
feeding in North Dakota. Agencies trying to deal with that. What's that?
Yeah, excellent. So the question was related to, baiting and feeding. And so again, really problematic, or I guess confusing, nuanced difference. I think Jake kind of alluded to the fact that when we're talking about baiting, generally speaking, we're talking about as it relates to, whether you're hunting or not. Feeding is more recreational. We have been told that, or kind of through our legislature has told us that that we are able to restrict baiting because it's a method of take, in the same way that we can somewhat dictate, shooting hours or what's an appropriate firearm. When it comes to outside of the scope of, method of take, feeding, we don't have a say on that. So we do try to, address some outreach towards that, but in North Dakota, the conversation is primarily around baiting.
Have you had any effective public education techniques that you've used in spreading this message? And
Yeah, excellent question. So I can say that it's hard, like a lot of things, it's hard to know what's success. How do you measure success? I think that we tend to focus on, again, Jake is right to point out that, there's the conversation can go a lot of directions. It can go towards ethics. It can go towards any number of things. For us, it's specifically a disease management. We're only involved because of disease management. And so we try to focus on the disease aspects. And that tends to be at least more effective on that. We have human dimension work that shows that, about a third of our state is, or a third of our respondents were not in favor of restricting bait. A third of our respondents want us to go even further, and then about a third are somewhere in between. But ultimately, the vast majority of our respondents do trust us to make the best decisions around chronic wasting disease. And so, I guess we stand by that. So
In these states that have outlawed it completely, was it the Fish and Wildlife Agency of that state who pushed the rule, or was it come legislatively?
That's a good question. So I can say that there's a few different things to that. So and it somewhat depends on what states we want to talk about. There are a number of states. I'm from South Dakota. I can speak to Minnesota, where those practices were never allowed. 20 to 30 years ago, again, it was not really part of most people's hunting tradition. And so that kind of went into code in some states. Most of our Western states, it was never allowed. And so it's kind of not, it doesn't pop up. It doesn't become an issue. For states that have made the switch from, allowing it to prohibiting it, it tends to be pretty related to disease stuff. Minnesota and Michigan, it was a lot related to the tuberculosis thing. But it's also, as we detect CWD in a wider footprint across the country, it's agreed upon by Association of Fish and Wildlife Management Agencies that that's a prudent thing to do. And so, state management agencies, I guess, to get to your question, state management agencies tend to be the folks that do promote that.
Matt, I've got a question for you. Stuart Strong, Assistant Secretary. I'm just curious, here in Kansas, you go drive by any local rural business, farm store, lawnmower shop, everybody's got a feeder, stands, you name it. Were you hearing from that industry in North Dakota when, any pushback from them, or was it solely mostly the hunters?
Yeah, excellent question. I can say that I have yet to hear from industry at all in that part of industry. It's the sole, primarily it is sportsmen. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And I have kind of a follow-up, Brad Lovelace, Secretary, having to do with your interaction with farm groups that would be worried about livestock transmission and the relation. Were they pretty supportive of these changes in general? Are they one of the proponents?
Excellent question, and got a long answer for you on that one. So interestingly, in around 2007 to 2009, there was an effort to institute a statewide ban, and it was somewhat in response to the incursion of tuberculosis in Minnesota, right across the border. In that situation, all the farm groups were in strong support of the effort. They were in support of us, and so at that ultimately failed. We were kind of told that, it's responsible for you guys to do it incrementally, and that's what we've been doing. We did go through a legislative issue this past winter, in which case some of the sporting groups, some of the livestock groups actually did support the bill, and their take was that it was a private landowner rights thing. My counterparts in the ag industry were neutral on it. They kind of chose to not take a stand on it. But yeah, I can say that certainly factors into the decision.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, morning, commissioners. Matt Peak, wildlife research biologist. I'm going to be talking about impacts on baiting and feeding to animal behavior, and I'm going to talk about the potential habitat impacts associated with these activities, and then Kent's going to take the other part of this, and he's going to talk a little bit about predation. And of course, the issue that's already been established, everybody already knows, is that feeding concentrates wildlife at unnatural densities. And so for the purpose of most of what I'm going to say today, I'm talking about these two species. Of course, there's a lot of species that are attracted to these areas, but these are the two right here that probably have natural predators have the least impact on them, and they're the most likely to overpopulate, and their populations are likely to change as a result of these activities. But it's not just about concentrating. It's not just about concentrating them. It's about actually in the potential for their populations to actually increase as a result. And this is because feeding can change the demographic rates of these species, particularly related to increased survival and reproduction. Okay, they don't necessarily. There's decreased risks associated with obtaining food. They don't have to move far, so they're not susceptible necessarily to hunters over a number of properties, to predation, and maybe more so in the case of raccoons, to crossing roads, getting killed on roads, the different things that harm these species naturally, with the exception of disease. But all those other things that take these species out are minimized when they're able to not have to move very far. And this has been shown in studies that animals that associate with feeders have decreased home ranges, or in some cases they have the same sized home range, but their core use changes. And so one study there, the core use of deer was half the size. And so this is the area within their home range where they spend most of their time. It was half the size in areas where feeding occurred versus the areas without feeders. And another key factor here is that if the food is being provided, they don't run out of food, so they're not forced to disperse when they reach a certain density. And so that's how you can really maintain greater than natural populations within an area. So again, it's not just concentration. And then, of course, when you have an overabundance of species, especially like deer, a good sized animal, you wind up with habitat impacts. And so, again, there's a lot of research on this. So there's localized vegetation degradation, both in the form of trampling. See if I can, yeah, there we go. So you got trampling around the immediate area, but then you also have herbivory. And so the presence of browse lines exist out on the landscape where deer especially are overpopulated. And this can cause impacts on a lot of other species. And so there have been a lot of studies in forested areas where overpopulated deer, they overbrowse on favored species like oak, for example, and they can literally change the forest structure over time by causing a reduction or a loss of oak regeneration in those areas. So you go from a highly productive oak forest to something of far less desirable species. Another thing that that has been heavily studied and that they've been implicated in is the reduction of native forb species. And so in fact, several studies have suggested using various sensitive plant species as an indicator of deer abundance. And so this one here, the one study suggested looking at browsing rates, flowering rates, and age structure to indicate whether deer are overpopulated in those areas. But that would be a measure. The presence of that plant would be a measure of deer population status. And then, of course, the bigger picture, when you eliminate all these, when you eliminate the most desirable species within a landscape, there are cascading impacts on pollinators, ground or intermediate nesting birds, and a lot of other sensitive species. Again, there's a lot of research on this, that songbirds have declined along with increasing deer abundance in places because they lose their nesting and feeding areas. They lose the plants that the insects depend on, that they feed on, stuff like that. There's another one that deer over browsing has caused bumblebee declines. This is a honeybee, but of course there are all different other types of bees out there that are much more obscure, that people are less familiar with, that are dependent upon the flowering forbs. And so when those go, these species decline as well. And then even small mammals like white-footed mice or rodents that live on the forest floor are lost when the appropriate canopy and food sources are gone. And then kind of switching gears a little bit. So those things I mentioned are all related to wildlife species, but the impact of deer and raccoon overabundance is also felt by people in the form of nuisance and damage issues, as you all know. So these species are both responsible for crop damage. This top one's a little difficult to see, but that's an exclosure that Levi had put up in a bean field, and that's showing deer damage on the outside of that, whereas there's much more. So there's been a lot of browsing impacts there. And so when you have people that feeding on one side of the fence permanently or supplemental feeding and establishing higher densities, they're potentially impacting agriculture and other activities across the fence. And of course, deer vehicle accidents. In the case of raccoons, poultry predation has become a major issue. And then, of course, damage to gardens and orchards and all types of other things. So there are impacts to people beyond those who are feeding. And I think an important thing to point out with this is that these are the things that typically define how the public views, whether they view these species as good or bad. And so these are the things that change the impact of the broad impact of how the public view these species. And these are all things that can be exacerbated by deer overpopulation, and which is oftentimes a consequence of permanent of supplemental feeding. So with that, I could turn this over to Kent.
I got a question real quick before we go to predation. The change in behavior, there's reduced foraging, right? I mean, when we start feeding our cattle in the winter, they quit looking for food and they stand there and wait for you to come. The young learn from the old, right? So if say the deer population, they don't forage, do they forget the forage? And if you took that bait station away, would it affect their ability to relearn foraging?
No, they still forage the whole time. And in fact, there's a lot of studies on this, but some of them have shown that they become highly selective. And so they can really seek out those favorite, oftentimes sensitive plant species like some of the delicate forbs and eat them, but they don't quit grazing. They haven't forgot how. It's just a lot of times that's the easiest place to go and get what they need right there at one spot. And so that's where they're going to go.
Okay.
Was the word you used herbivory?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry about, so yeah,
I had to look at
they eat plants. So so they trample, but then it's also the consumption it's the trampling of vegetation, but also the consumption of the plants themselves. And so that's what we would have called, that's what we were defining as herbivory.
Matt, looking at those habitat impacts, and I realize there's multiple factors that affect it, but what kind of radius away from a feeder do you see those primary impacts? Are they a quarter mile, 100 yards? How large is that radius?
It's variable, but some of them said a half mile, that they had found increased forb over browsing up to 900 meters, which is basically a little over half mile. I think some of them said out to a mile, but these things are so variable depending on what the deer population is in that area. Of course, if it was really high, 50, 60 or more per square mile, they're going to be ranging out a little bit farther than what if it's a more immediate and you've got a family group or two that are staying relatively around this feeder. They're not going to branch out quite as far. So there's a lot of variability in these things, but I would say at least a half mile.
So if you have a fairly high density of feeders and you have all those overlapping radii, what's the the radius of each of those overlaps, that's can be a really significant area then that's heavily impacted.
Well, I think the key is you could increase the population beyond what it would naturally be in that much greater area. That deer would have dispersed out to other areas. At some point, they would run out of a preferred food and would probably naturally disperse, but they don't have to do that as long as there's continuous feeding. So, I'm talking more about continuous feeding, supplemental feeding than baiting. You can, Lloyd did some deer research on attempts to estimate the population up around KU, up around Lawrence and stuff. And the way that they did that, and this is a QDMA recommended thing, was to temporarily put out corn and the deer would come into it and they would be there within a week. And so it was a very brief thing. You put trail cameras on those and then they leave. So, but they would find it very quick and then you would take it away. So you really wouldn't be having any negative impacts in that case, but. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I'm Kent Fricky, small game coordinator out of the Emporia Research and Survey Office. And the issue of impacts to ground nesting game birds has been coming up not only in Kansas and with the commission, but nationwide. And so a lot of that can potentially be related to feeders, or at least is relevant to the feeding and baiting and supplemental feeding discussion. And so I wanted to provide just a few slides and a few documents and research related to potential impacts to our ground nesting game birds. And so first on the left, you see a graph that indicates the amount of turkey movement relative to feeding. And so what you see here is that the amount of movement during or the distance away from feeders in the morning, midday, and afternoon. And what you see here is that turkeys direct movements and are found in openings closer to feeders during the midday. And that's despite no change in the habitats that they're the vegetative requirements that they have during those same days as well. And so point being that feeders are impacting turkey movements throughout the day. And then on the right, you see where you have fed quail on areas where with feeders on the bottom in the red, and then unfed at the top. And so what this indicates is that feeders are impacting where quail are choosing to be and the resources that they're selecting. And so what you see is that quail around feeders are not moving that far, whereas quail in environments without feeders are dispersing and moving throughout the landscape. Next is the increased potential for predation. And so we kind of start this discussion with the potential for nest predators to be found around feeders. As has been indicated already, is that feeders and baiting can and does concentrate at wildlife at unnatural densities. And so the first study I'll note is that when a study was done looking at trail camera photos from a number of feeders, we find that in these studies, 82% of the pictures were taken of, and these are meant for on deer feeders, 82% of the pictures were from potential nest predators, namely raccoons and possums, and only 8% were from deer actually going to those. And then of course, 10% of just other species using that, but 82% from potential nest predators and only 8% from photos of deer. And of course, the distribution of feeders can increase the probability of overlap between potential nest predators and the areas where ground nesting birds are found. And so we do see increases in that probability of overlap between those when you have feeders on the landscape. Additionally, specific predators that we've documented to be found closer to feeders related to than would be expected were bobcats at a rate that was 10 times higher than areas that were not fed. And then red-tailed hawks were found to be 3 times closer to feeding areas than expected as well. So 2 important potential predators of our ground nesting birds. And then on the right, you see the results of a study that used artificial nests to look at nest success rates in proximity to feeders. And what you see is that in areas that were not fed, you had nearly half, or that were fed, sorry, on the left, you see that, I'm mixing this up, ain't I? On the right, you see higher rates of nest predation versus unfed areas, and at a rate that's nearly double that. And so we are finding, again, they're artificial nests, and we're just looking at potentials, but there is certainly between overlap and in area of use and what we see from artificial nest studies, we do see an increase in the potential for predation, specifically in relation to nest success. And then this is another study on the left that looked at the potential for nest predation of again, artificial nests in relation to distance from feeders. And so what you see on the top in the blue line is the unfed population. And so you see higher nest success rates versus the red line or pink line on the bottom, where we see consistently, even as you go up to 200 or 300 meters away from the feeder, we still see a consistently low nest success rate around that.
This is primarily quail.
These are, yes, replicated quail nests. So again, we do not have this specific type of information on live birds, but we have this from artificial nests that are out there. And so all of that to say that, certainly we and others out there in the scientific community suggest that managers concerned with production of ground nesting birds should avoid placing deer feeders in nesting habitat or avoid supplemental feeding during the nesting season at a minimum. And so this is just a quick overview of the data that we have. Again, unfortunately, wild animals being wild animals, we don't have a lot of experimental ability to look at, well, how far is the distance from a feeder in relation to, where a quail chooses to put down a nest. But as kind of referencing back to Charlie's statements of all of the indicators trying to put the pieces together between overlap of species of potential nest predators and our ground nesting game birds, the information that we have on potential increases in predation due to proximity and the presence of feeders all indicate that there may be impacts, certainly at a local level, that feeding may decrease those interactions and potential nest success of those species. So that's all I had. I can either address the questions or go on to Levi.
Thank you. Describe an artificial nest.
So an artificial nest is a researcher's best attempt to recreate where and how a quail, for example, would place a nest on the landscape. And
Did
so
you determine how many of those are rated?
yes, and that's the specific intent. And so a lot of times, for example, you depending on the purpose of the study, you might take domestic quail eggs and put them in the nest. And then you see in the past, we've even taken like clay eggs to where you can see what you can then go look at a nest that has been predated and look at bite marks to try and determine what the potential predator was in those cases. And so there's various ways of trying to accomplish that, but you're just trying to replicate in an experimental way what's the potential for what a wild quail may do.
All right, Levi Jester, I'm the big game program coordinator again. I'm going to talk about nutrition, and this falls into having to deal a lot with digestion, gastrointestinal function. And in looking at this is going to be a lot of, like Charlie mentioned, we're pulling a lot of different pieces together to get a picture here. When you dive into this, there's some work that's been done on feeding deer, especially with corn, which is what the majority of people put out as feed or bait. And there's even more done as far as nutritional aspects of grains in the livestock world. And so we're going to pull some of that in more along the lines of ruminants, which are what deer are and elk, to talk about this. And there's really very little out there on other species. Getting into turkeys and other birds, there's some stuff in the poultry world, but it's almost entirely not really applicable as far as what they are actually feeding and looking at. The rest of the work is mostly on aflatoxins, which we're going to let Dwayne talk about as the subject matter expert there. So this is going to be really ruminant heavy. But just bear with me on it. But because we are talking about corn, I'm going to just kind of discuss it specifically. A little bit hard to see. Hopefully you can still pick it up. There's really no good work that compares corn as a grain to a lot of the other native forages or even other forages out there for deer. We do have this that kind of compares it to other cereal grains that may be attractive to deer. Some of which we certainly have, such as sorghum in Kansas, but some of the other ones maybe not very common. But in looking at this, corn is mostly starch. It's, very highly digestible overall, as far as a percentage of what is being taken in, but it is very low in protein. And then what protein is there, over half of that isn't even digestible by a ruminant. It can't be broken down. It's also pretty low in fiber, which for deer being a animal that should be eating a lot of browse, fiber should be an important part of the diet. When we look at the actual mineral content relative to a lot of these other grains out there, corn is pretty low mineral wise. Specifically looking at those top three, which is calcium, phosphorus, potassium, major things that go into bone building. And in deer, that's important because that's antler. But it's also relatively similar to everything else, but higher in sulfur. And sulfur is a mineral that under too much, you get too much of it, it actually can be toxic. And so kind of get into that a little deeper, we're going to just do a quick review of different types of ruminants. So, bison and what we're more familiar with in most cases is cattle. They fall under the grass roughage selectors. They got a big, broad, wide mouth, a great big rumen. Even a moderate sized cow, you can still have a 50-gallon rumen capacity wise. They're just trying to get it in. They're going to get as much as they can, get the bulk in. They can get their nutrition through eating lots and lots of food with poorer nutrition because they take in so much, they get what they need that way. Then you move to elk, and then in livestock side of it tends to be more of the sheep and goat breeds. They're in between. They need some bulk because they're often big in the case of elk, but they still need a little higher quality before you get, and then you get into white-tailed deer and mule deer. They are concentrate selectors. They got a narrow mouth. They got a small rumen. Even a great big deer isn't going to exceed about 5 gallons in the rumen for capacity. Mostly it's going to be more in the 3-ish gallons capacity. So they've got to really take in high quality food because they don't have as much space to process that and store it. And it also then dictates, deer rely mostly on running away. So that, that's what keeps that small capacity. They can't have a bunch of weight in there to slow them down from getting away from predators. Whereas something like a bison or a cow usually is, not at risk of predation in most things. The other big difference is in cattle, larger animals that take that roughage, the liver tends to be relatively smaller. They're processing more bulk with very similar foods. They're usually pouring the grass down if they can. Whereas deer, for the size of their rumen, have a relatively large liver because they eat a variety of things that have to have high concentrations of nutrients. That means there may be other things in there that they have to process through. And so they have a large liver to help do that. It also, the larger liver helps process that through faster. So when we talk about deer engage in diet balancing. That means they have a specific nutritional need each day. But with that comes a risk of that many of the things that they eat have secondary chemicals that can be toxic to them. And so they have to balance how much they intake of one forage to get that nutritional need, but not be too toxic to them before they have to move on to something else. But they're also not necessarily avoiding stuff that could cause a problem because they can afford to have a little discomfort from that toxicity if they can get that other nutritional need. And then they also mix what they eat up to help balance it. They can actually eat some stuff to help deal with that toxicity and mitigate it. And then deer engage in optimal foraging. Very simplistically, that's that the energy you obtain has to be greater than the energy you spend. So, the number one nutrient for any critter out there is energy. They've got to have energy to keep going. As Matt mentioned about being able to go target other species, that's one of the things with corn. It allows them to go look around because they've got a lot of energy to burn. And again, that diversity of forage to, do that balancing to try to mitigate one species over another to meet their needs. And then something that's maybe just barely starting to get looked into, it's being looked in a lot more with more interest into the livestock world and a lot of the grazing animals is that, what are the medicinal plants for these animals to actually take? When you speak of deer, deer don't go see a vet like Charlie when they start feeling bad. They live in their medicine cabinet. They have to eat what they can to mitigate that. That's their choice. They have certain behaviors that they follow for that. And we're not going to say that, starches and stuff are, high quality. It's just going to be browse and stuff. They eat a variety throughout the year. And so on that chart, you can see that, it's hard to read this, but this purple that gets bigger in the autumn right here, that's actually mass species. So those are species that are more higher starches type stuff versus forbs. They even eat some lichen types and grasses to kind of get what they need. So probably the big question is, if this is the case, why do deer seem to like corn so much and come to it? Well, for the big thing there is its starch. It ferments easily in the rumen, which means it's easy to digest. You get lots of energy from it. With that, you get kind of a burst of energy from that starch, and that actually trails into this flavor feedback loop, which is some work done by Fred Provenza in the livestock world and he worked across cattle, a lot of goats and sheep. But what he showed was that in lambs, he was able to feed them straw, which is a really, really poor quality, almost no nutrition in it, and then give them a shot of starch after taking in that straw with a particular flavor associated with it. And those lambs would then prefer to eat straw that are flavored like that, because their body went, oh, we get starch, we get this big burst of energy, this must be good for us, we like it. And so even once they removed the forage for quite a while, when you reintroduced it to those lambs, they would still come back and eat that, thinking it was good for them. So you can almost trick the body with that shot of energy to say, hey, this is good for you, let's eat more of it. And it bears that they would remember that, because acorns aren't on the ground all year long, and so deer have to know that they've got to go back to that forage when it's available. And another part of this feedback too is that the young learn from their mothers what they're going to eat and what's good for them, because they're going to be sampling food as they're trailing alongside that mother. And there's even some research that says that, what the mother eats while she's carrying the young before she actually gives birth plays a role in that performance of that young, but also what they prefer to eat. And that's actually beyond just deer and cattle. There's some of that work being seen in humans even. There's some training that goes on to go back, okay, this is what we go eat. And because of all that starch, the energy intake exceeds the expenditure very, very easily. And so what I want you to kind of think about is people and potato chips. I like potato chips, but rarely do I open a bag and eat one potato chip out of it, even though I know they're bad for me. So, but that's the other issue with this, for a species that should be, even for all of us, we should be eating a mixed diet, especially for deer. You provide them one thing and you're not able to do that mixture. So it'd be like us stocking our pantry with nothing but bags of potato chips. Yeah, they taste great. We can even get a variety of flavors, but it's really not healthy for us to do that. And so there's some issues that come along with this. More minor issues is that deer can start having microbial imbalances. When they ingest one type of food, that rumen is full of bacteria and fungi to help digest what they're taking in. And when they start getting one thing more than another, that the population of that, whatever helps digest that, increases and other things decrease, to the point that while they probably don't forget to eat something that they could eat, they may not actually have the microbial life in their rumen to help them digest it anymore. One of the other things that as Commissioner Gefeller mentioned about the cattle waiting to eat, when you're dealing with cattle, you tend to be more worried about their full diet, everything they need. You're trying to give them all the nutrition that they've got to have, versus deer, if you're putting out something like corn, you're not addressing all those different needs, and so the deer actually has to go find food to deal with that. And then there's other digestive upsets with this. They can get bloat, lots of gas, it can cause diarrhea. It can elevate their metabolism, which is mostly important in the wintertime. A deer's metabolism should be slowing down a little bit, because they would be focused on browse, which is harder to digest, harder to get. And so their metabolism should be lower. Whereas when you feed corn, it's just basically giving them rocket fuel at that point. It can, speed up. They've got a lot of energy to burn, but they may not be able to even get the other forages they need to help balance that corn out. They,
Do they not have an insulin response like humans do to those high simple carb intake?
it's a little different in the way it works. There may be some, but I'm not as familiar with it, but I'm sure there's somewhat there, but it's just kind of how things work and the difference. Because what they're actually digesting is not necessarily the food that they take in. What they're actually going to get the nutrition from is the bacteria that eats it, because that bacteria eats that food. That's what goes in the gut and is broken down into it and then on out. So it's more about dealing with the chemicals that come through that as far as nutrition. They can get lethargic, that can be a problem for predation though, eating too much. And this is any high starch diet, not just corn. And then there's other chemicals that they may be taking in. One of the, a growing concern is the neonicotinoid pesticides that maybe could accumulate. They may be getting more of that. There's some work out of South Dakota that shows that those actually can reduce the reproductive potential of deer. So they're, while it's not necessarily killing them, they're not able to have as many fawns, which in some cases may not be such an issue. Southeast Kansas, we've got lots of deer. But if you go to Western Kansas, where populations are declining, especially concerning our mule deer, this could be a big issue to not have as many fawns. And then, the effects of aflatoxins, which again, I'm not going to be talking about. And those minor issues are usually stuff deer can deal with. It's when they develop into major issues. So one of the major ones is rumen acidosis. All that starch causes acidic reaction in the rumen. And so you get, what can happen is you have a healthy rumen that has a bunch of kind of fuzzy fingers, the papillae that help them break down places for all that microbial life to live. And then in acidosis, it actually eats away at the rumen wall. And so you've got less good places for all that microbial life to live, but also can cause thinning that lets other toxins directly enter the bloodstream. Enterotoxemia, that's just overeating. That is an extreme form of bloat and some other things. Polioencephalomalacia. If you want that said again, you say it yourself. It's a neurological disease, often coincides with seizures, blindness. There's hoof deformation from eating too much of high starch, and the effects of aflatoxins as they get bigger. This is just a high starch diet for deer. When we try to feed them any specific thing, even the pelletized feeds that are, supposed to be more complete nutrition type stuff, come with their own trade-offs and problems that they can develop. You're also, when you feed multiple things like that, all combined, that's usually developed for the average, and an individual is not an average. And so you may be overdoing something for one individual while you're underdoing another thing for another one with that.
So a deer could actually, what we used to call founder in cattle.
Yeah.
Can actually found it.
Yep. It's, these are rare things there, but they are documented to have happened in deer. And, in some cases it may be rare just because we don't see it. Again, why aren't we seeing more sick and dead deer? Partly it's that adaptability of the rumen. All those microbes can change given enough time. That's why, up in northern states, when people start putting corn on the ground in really bad weather, they actually find deer that have starved to death, even though their rumen's completely full of corn, because they just didn't have the microbial life to actually digest that corn. So it can adapt to deal with it. They also have that small rumen with rapid passage, so they, limits how much they can actually take in, and it moves through really quickly. Again, they diet mix to help mitigate this. High starch is usually mitigated in rumens by additional protein. So if you're putting corn feeders next to a bean field, thinking that'll help mitigate your crop damage, not only are you probably attracting more animals to actually eat your beans, those animals may actually be eating more beans to get that additional protein to help mitigate that high starch of the corn. And then it's also difficult to detect and diagnose. with sick deer. Many of the signs that are seen for a lot of these illnesses are very similar to other symptoms of other illnesses. You know, having, you know, wandering around, blindness, you know, seizures type stuff, you know, that can cause some excessive salivation too in some cases. You know, suddenly now it's, well, that could be chronic wasting disease. Wandering around, I mean, it could be EHD, and we may just write it off as that, even though it may not necessarily be, it may be more related to this. And even when you do have dead animals, trained observers actually out looking for sick and dying animals, you know, only find about 1 in 10. When an animal starts feeling sick, they're going to go seek cover, try to, you know, find a place to go get well. And so they're already looking to hide and be hidden. And so even when trained people go look, you only find 1 in 10. If you're not looking, you know, now you're talking finding like a 1 in 100. So, you know, it's just difficult to see this on the landscape. And so with that, like I said, this is all on mostly all the ruminant stuff, because I didn't have a lot that for any other species that dealt with aflatoxins, and even the stuff with aflatoxins for deer. Dwayne knows way more about that than I do, so I can turn it over to him if there's no other questions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I've been waiting 2 weeks to ask you this one. It's a trivia question, but I want to know if it's accurate. So I apologize. I'm not meaning to throw something at you, but I was reading a summary of some research and it said deer salivate about 2 gallons a day. Is that accurate?
That's what I've seen. So
Well, it sounds silly, but I mean, it's pretty pertinent. I mean, it's like, oh, we're not talking dribbles. We're
No.
talking a lot. And
it makes sense when you think about how a ruminant forages. They're taking in vegetation, which is hard to break down. They chew it into smaller pieces. It gets coated in saliva. That helps it slide down their throat, down into the rumen, where it can start being either stored to come back up to where they'll, you know, they chew their cud, they masticate it, chew it into smaller pieces so that it can go back and be broken down easier again by all those microbes. So it would make sense that they have a lot of saliva to use for that.
thanks.
Morning. I'm Dwayne Elmore. I'm faculty at Oklahoma State University. My primary job there is extension. So I do a lot of outreach to the public, also wildlife research. And I'm primarily habitat focused, although I do some population ecology work. So I'm not a disease specialist or a veterinarian. So just keep that in mind, that my interest in this subject is because this comes up all the time. I get questions about supplemental feeding from landowners and agencies, and I've worked with quite a few agencies on best management practices, which I think all of you have a summary document that we've produced based on some of the research that we've done at Oklahoma State. And so I really got interested in this topic about 10 years ago, probably, from a study that we had conducted, because this question just kept coming up about aflatoxin and whether or not folks needed to be concerned about it. So really got me interested in the literature and took a deep dive in it. And since then, I've consulted a little bit with other researchers that do more specific work on toxicants, Brad Dabbert out of Texas Tech, and more recently Mississippi State University, who recently published a study that is very similar to some of the research findings that we found a few years ago. So I just want to give you a brief overview of aflatoxin, just so you know what it is and how big of a risk is it, and perhaps what ways that someone could mitigate for it. First of all, it's a secondary metabolite that's produced by fungi in the genus Aspergillus. And there's a lot of Aspergillus, and there's several of them that produce this metabolite. And aflatoxin is one of a whole group of toxins that are collectively called mycotoxins. We know more about aflatoxin from a wildlife perspective than we do a lot of these other mycotoxins. And a big part of the reason we know so much about it is it hit animals in the 50s and 60s in a big way, especially domestic turkey. And that got groups like SCWDS, the Southeast Wildlife Disease Cooperative Study, really focused on what they were calling then turkey disease X. Called it X because nobody knew what it was. And eventually they figured out, oh, it's this toxin that's produced by this fungi that's growing on grains. And it grows on lots of different grains. It's not just corn. It's everywhere in the environment. And that's a really important thing to remember because you're breathing it right now. You're breathing aspergillus. It's on these surfaces. It's on foodstuffs that we consume. It's everywhere in the environment. So we can't keep it off of grain, but we can control how rapidly it produces, and we can certainly control the toxin that the fungi produces. So aspergillus grows best in moist, warm conditions. So this time of year, it's thriving. It does not grow very well in the wintertime. And it produces these metabolites, this aflatoxin, constantly, but it produces them at a higher rate when it's environmentally stressed. So if you get warm, moist conditions where the aspergillus is growing, and then it gets kind of an environmental shock, like really high temperature, you tend to get high levels of this toxin produced rapidly. So that's important to remember. And even though the fungus itself might perish, we can kill it, the toxins persist for long periods of time. And for this reason, it's highly regulated by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. When you hear ag producers talking about hot grain, well, they're talking about corn that's high in aflatoxin. And that's a big concern if you're a producer, because if you take a shipment in to the feed mill and they test it, because they have to, according to USDA guidelines, and it's above a certain threshold, which is really low. The threshold is 20 parts per billion. That's not a high threshold. And if it tests is above that, then the mill has a few options. One, they can reject it. Two, they can dilute it. They can mix it with grain that's below that threshold to get the whole meal down below the acceptable level. And then the producer's got a couple options. They can dump it and take the crop insurance, or they can sell it on the wildlife feed market, because wildlife feed does not have to be tested and is not regulated. So this obviously has led to a lot of concerns about, well, what are we feeding wildlife? And I would say that is an important consideration, but we need to take it a step further, because remember I mentioned a while ago that it's everywhere. It's in the environment. Even if you start with grain that has no detectable levels of aflatoxin, it can quickly reach sublethal levels in a matter of days. So because it's going to land on that grain, and if the conditions are right, the environmental conditions are right, you can have high levels very rapidly. So what does this do to wildlife? A lot, actually. It's kind of a whole body disease. It can affect the immune function, liver function, reproduction. We know that it can cause lower clutches in birds or complete reproductive failure. It's also a carcinogen, both in humans and lots of other vertebrates. Because it has all of these effects, both acute and chronic effects, it's why the USDA is so concerned about it. It's not necessarily just for the health of the livestock, it's because ultimately that's going to end up in our bodies. And in some of the developing world, it's this carcinogen is one of the leading causes of certain types of cancers. So it is a serious toxin. In fact, some estimates are that by volume, it may be one of the most toxic substances on Earth to vertebrates. But it's all about dose, right? Like was mentioned earlier, if you're in a room or a car with someone that's sick, it's all about exposure time. Well, it's very similar here. It's about dose. Even though we're consuming it, we're constantly coming in contact with it, as is wildlife. It's all about how much they're getting. But we can quickly get to these acute levels in certain situations. Probably the bigger concern, though, is the chronic effects that it might be having, the long-term liver damage, the long-term reproductive effects. And for a lot of that, we really don't know what the effects are on wildlife. But we do know at what levels from experiments that have been done on things like domestic poultry, turkey in particular, we do know at what levels we start seeing these effects. And it can be really low. For deer, for example, 800 parts per billion can cause severe liver damage. And what does that mean? 800 parts per billion. Well, in our experiments and Mississippi State's work, we can get to 3,000 parts per billion in about 7 days or sometimes less. So within a week of this grain that started out at 0, if we give it the right environmental conditions, within a week of those right environmental conditions, we're at 4 or 5-fold what can cause permanent liver damage in a deer. Turkey's even lower, 200 parts per billion. And that's one of the reasons that turkey is the first animal that it was really keyed in on, because they're very vulnerable to it. And one study even found that levels as low as 20 parts per billion caused reproductive issues with northern cardinal. And by the way, aflatoxins, as I said, not just on corn, it's on milo, it's on lots of things that we feed songbirds. So that 20 parts per billion is relevant because that's the level that the USDA is targeting, that grain that's going to end up in our body needs to be below. So there's lots of potential effects, and these levels can be reached really quickly, especially in moist, warm environments. There are some things to consider, though. You can dramatically lower the risk to wildlife by following some best management practices. And that's why we put together that fact sheet. The first thing you can do is to start with aflatoxin-free grain. And the only way to really have much assurance of that is buying grain that's been tested by the USDA. So we're talking grain that is ultimately intended to end up in the human food chain. So if it's a bag of corn that says deer corn, it's a crapshoot. You just don't know. But if it's a grain that was intended for livestock, in theory, it should have been tested and it should be below those levels. But that's not where the story ends, because as I've mentioned a couple of times, you can quickly get to very dangerous levels within a week. So the next thing you need to do is keep that grain dry. This fungus thrives in moist, warm conditions. So proper storage matters a lot. And not only when it's in the storage bin, but also when it's distributed. We tested piling grain versus spreading grain, and it's dramatically different how quickly the piled grain accumulates aflatoxin. So spreading grain out, if you have a need to put grain in the environment, spreading it matters, and also not having it sitting in the environment for very long. We don't measure high rates of aflatoxin until usually after the 4th or 5th day. So if you're only putting enough grain in the environment that it's consumed by something within 3 or 4 days, the risk to wildlife is quite low. Grain fed in the winter under cold, dry conditions is going to have a very low risk because aspergillus doesn't thrive in those conditions. That's assuming that the grain is aflatoxin free to start with. Grain type matters to some degree. Different grains have different carbohydrate structures, different levels of carbohydrates. Corn is very prone to grow aspergillus. Grain sorghum, less so. You might get an extra day or 2 out of grain sorghum before it reached a critical threshold for wildlife. And of course, as I said, it's all about dose. If an animal comes along and consumes a couple of kernels of corn that's 4,000 parts per billion, it's not going to kill it. But if it eats that, fills up its rumen or fills up its crop day after day after day, that can start to affect them. And we don't have a smoking gun study that shows that this is related to population decline for any species. And frankly, we probably never will. But we know it's highly toxic. We know it rapidly reaches toxic levels on grain within a few days. And we know in a lab environment what those levels are for different wildlife. And we know those wildlife are eating the grain. So while we don't have a study that shows, turkey reproduction is being impaired by aflatoxin, we do have enough evidence that as a wildlife manager, I use extreme caution when I'm using grain, and we use grain all the time for capturing birds for research projects, for population control in some cases, for trapping feral hogs, in some cases even for increasing population size, for example, bobwhite. But we're following those best management practices closely. And it's always on the back of our mind is to make sure that we're not causing harm. We cannot reduce the level to zero, but we can reduce the level very low. So I think that's a summary of the relevant factors related to aflatoxin. Be happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
When they dump if they dump the corn, where do they dump it or how is it disposed of?
If it's aflatoxin hot, it's supposed to be buried or incinerated, according to USDA regs. Yeah, the question was, what about some other game birds like pheasant and quail? I don't recall seeing anything for pheasant. There is some work on quail. They seem to actually be more tolerant, which is kind of surprising because the general rule is smaller birds are more affected, but turkey, for whatever reason about their physiology, I don't think anybody really understands why this is, but turkeys seem to be very vulnerable. Quail, there is some evidence that they can handle higher levels. Probably a lot of that has to do with longevity. Quail don't live very long, so they're not as likely to have chronic health effects. It would probably have to be more acute effects. So, they could still get a lethal dose, but as far as chronic effects, that's not as likely to show up. And some of the work that's been done on quail is related to like distributing grain broadly, not concentrated, and it's using milo. So by default, they have taken some of these best management practices. It wasn't intended for aflatoxin risk, but it's just kind of ironically ended up that way. So some of our data on quail might be a little biased, I guess is the point of that. Yes, sir.
Yep. And Brad Lovelace, Secretary. Jake, you might have been thinking about this also, songbirds, right? So as we try to educate, coach our constituents that are using bird feeders, how I assume these best management practices also inform those kind of things.
Yeah, that's a great question. So songbirds, we feed millions of tons of feed to songbirds, and most of it's not tested. I have a bird feeder. I can't help it. I like to see birds in the winter. I buy USDA certified grain.
Really?
I don't buy wild bird seed because I have no idea what's in it. So I go to the feed mill and I buy milo and sunflower that's been tested for livestock. It actually usually is cheaper. That's a side benefit, but that's the main reason I'm doing it. And I keep it dry. I keep it in the garage. I don't let it get wet, and I watch for mold. And we just continue feeding it in the summer because I just can't keep the mold down in a bird feeder. I just can't control it. So it's a seasonal. And those are the best management practices I take. That'd be a good fact sheet, actually. We wrote this intended for folks that are trying to supplementally feed deer or track deer for hunting, but it would be nice to do more education for all the songbird food that's been distributed. Because, there's no doubt people are causing certainly chronic health problems in lots of songbirds, but probably acute death too, if they get a high enough dose, especially in the summertime.
Yeah. So the value of that is, remember, is you've seen data on wildlife participation, and one of the highest is bird feeders and bird feeding. So that affects a lot of people and a lot of birds.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Well, and you kind of hit on this earlier, just for my own benefit, 15, 20 years ago on our public wildlife management areas, we went through that period. You made mention of turkeys. We were really halting planting of Roundup Ready soybeans because that was, the thing at the time that was really causing decreases in turkey populations. So you're saying that the varying grains do have different susceptibility to carry that, and
they do, and it has to do with the carbohydrates in those grains because that's the fuel for the fungi. But soybeans or grain sorghum are not safe. They just don't accumulate those toxins as quickly.
As
You might get
corn.
a couple of extra days before you reach those lethal levels
Okay.
or even sublethal levels. So yeah, they don't get a free pass, but it is a little safer.
Okay. So I don't want to say it was misguided information, but I don't remember corn ever really being, or milo being in those conversations back then, that they were really targeting the concern over turkeys. It was all soybeans. Yeah, neonicotinoids and aflos were part of that conversation. So
Of course, all the southern states are very interested in turkey right now because of the declines we're seeing. Lots of research projects going on, and aflatoxin's been popping up more and more in conversations because of how much prevalence there is in supplemental food now in the Southeast. And so several of us, including the study that I'm working on at OSU, we are testing liver enzymes, specifically looking for any signature of aflatoxicity. Now, that won't be a smoking gun because there's lots of things that can cause elevated liver enzymes, but we know aflatoxin is high on the suspect list if we start seeing that. So we're taking blood samples of every bird we put our hands on.
Jake, wasn't the next more insect related as a food source, not necessarily direct impact from aflatoxins? I think they're both correlated though.
It depends. There's some studies, if I remember correctly, that the neonates could have some impact on reproductive health.
Right. Right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Before we move into some wrap up and next steps on part of that discussion, there are a few things I just wanted to point out very quickly, some things we really just don't have the time to get into today as well. We focused much of the presentation discussion on some of the biological aspects of herd management, herd health, talking a lot about disease transmission and those types of things. But of course, another component to this entire equation here is some of the social considerations as well, and some of the implications that having a baiting on the landscape can cause sometimes. And so I just wanted to point out a few of those very quickly. And of course, landowner conflicts in a number of different avenues do appear oftentimes, and we hear quite a bit from that. And so when you hear things about the implications that concentration of wildlife can have on habitat conditions, depredation of crops, and those types of things, there's probably an implication there that good neighbors don't necessarily mean neighbors that have deer feeders and corn feeders right next to you. So when you think about the scale, the implications of some of those things on the habitat and your neighbors, we live in a state where very much of it is smaller parcels of land. And so if you're affecting half mile, some of the numbers Matt's talked about there, so that generally is going to implicate your neighbors as well. So when you start seeing the concentrations, you start seeing some implications that affect others and other landowners, and vice versa. Sometimes we hear there's some complaints that, like, when we have a landscape where we have some that are feeding wildlife and some that aren't, there's also the implications of, well, all the deer are over there now, and it's affecting my harvest and success as well. And so there's a lot of social considerations out there as well, in addition to some of those landowner things. Of course, we're focusing on, some of the biological, some of the things we see as far as the implications for it, and not so much the ethics of it. But we do hear a lot about social considerations as far as overall society, the implications, or the appearance of hunting and the role of baiting and feeding in that. And over and over, when that question is asked, the support of hunting is much lower when it's implicated with baiting and feeding as well. Overall society, generally, there's less support out there for those types of activities. And so just something to keep in mind. Other conflicts we see, there are species that have specific regulations, primarily things that are federal trust species like migratory birds, where there are federal regulations already in place that restrict that activity completely. So depending on the species you're targeting, depending on the areas of the state you're hunting, of course, we do have public land regulations. It can be particularly tricky there. So we put something there in there, of course, about law enforcement concerns. So, if you're putting a corn feeder in close proximity to some water,
What are you feeding there? What are your intentions? What are you harvesting? All those kind of things come into play. Close proximity to public lands, private lands. There are lots of things there as far as complications that arise because of the behavior out on the landscape. And there's been a number of recent studies as well. Just I wanted to touch on briefly about what the realized harvest success actually looks like. So the implication, of course, a lot of this is we're doing this to be more successful, harvesting more deer, bigger deer, turkeys, all those types of things. And there is some literature out there available, particularly in the Southeast recently, that shows that isn't necessarily always the case. And so there are some other things out there that, as we move forward, is some of the things Jake's going to tell you about as far as wrap up and moving forward that we can certainly touch on and work through with the commission, but we just didn't have the time to do that today. So I just wanted to point some of that information out. So.
Okay, well, we had some really great questions there throughout, so I think we'll have some time here on the back end still for any follow-up questions. And I believe most of us will be around for the lunch hour here before we start the next meeting, so should be some opportunity for discussions. What I'm going to cover now briefly are our next steps. So where do we go from here? I guess part of it is unfortunate that this was not addressed 30 plus years ago, right? Because it makes it a heck of a lot harder to work backwards from the point where we're at. Nothing we can do about that. And it is also unfortunate that we've been remiss over the last 20 or 30 years about educating the public or educating the commission or even talking about it. I don't believe baiting even came into the discussions until chronic wasting. It was associated with chronic wasting disease transmission. So it is something that we have been remiss on. And I'm glad we were able to have this conversation today. Moving forward, there were in that same Wildlife Society's policy, there were 10 specific recommendations. I'm not going to go over all 10 of them. I boiled them down to these three main areas. And some of their recommendations were specific more to the winter range supplemental feeding, et cetera. But in short, they boiled down to education, research, and review. So educating, informing the public, resource managers, administrators, and our policymakers of the potential consequences of baiting and feeding, and encourage existing practices be replaced by appropriate habitat and population management practices. On the research side, continue to research impacts on health, disease transmission, home range size, fecundity behavior, habituation to people, and harvest of all affected species. So while there is a wealth of literature out there already, there are still some specific studies that it would be beneficial to move forward with. And then reviewing and revising any baiting and feeding policies and or regulations to ensure that they addressed all of the costs to wildlife conservation. So, it's interesting. I have people, including my own dad, who I respect greatly. He taught me everything I know about hunting, fishing, the outdoors. He swore to me that at one point in time, baiting was illegal in Kansas. But in looking back, it was not. And I could not find anything. And I figured if anybody knew, Keith Sexton would, right? So I called Keith and he said, no, that never even entered the conversation until we started talking about chronic wasting disease. So it's not something that we've talked about. And I believe it was more of a perception, probably from more of an ethical or fair chase standpoint, that it was something that should be illegal. So it probably was, right? It was not a part of the hunting culture 30 plus years ago. So what we're proposing at this point, the plan moving forward, is an information campaign. We're going to work with our public affairs shop, putting together a campaign to convey any of the potential consequences, a lot of what we went over here today, baiting and feeding, emphasizing the importance of quality habitat management, promoting our Habitat First program, where we're able to help improve habitat on private grounds through our state programs. And then offering alternatives and best management practices if you are going to feed. So the message we're sending is please do not feed. We highly recommend that you don't feed. We highly recommend that you don't use bait. If you're going to, here's some best management practices, or maybe you should consider improving habitat, or as opposed to putting out corn or mineral supplements, et cetera, establishing food plots or things that could be less detrimental. In addition to that, obviously a controversial topic. We don't want the discussions to be one-sided. This was an informational presentation today without public input, strictly for the sake of time, not because we were trying to cut anybody out. So public meetings, we will have moderated in-person meetings, and still working on logistics and technicalities of trying to do some sort of moderated online public meetings, perhaps with pre-recorded webinars with the ability to solicit feedback throughout the presentations from stakeholders or folks watching it. And then input from external groups, future commission panel, potentially with proponents of baiting and feeding strictly, and or we have plenty of opportunities moving forward for public comment on the subject. That said, at this time, we are not putting forward any regulatory recommendations. This is the opening discussions for this, what will be a very controversial topic moving forward. So in addition to that, while we have these conversations, we're going to be attempting to complete an analysis of not just research on the biological aspects of it, but more analysis of the social and economic implications. So those economic factors as far as potential impacts of any regulatory changes on the economy and society as a whole and our hunters. So that's the plan moving forward. And with that, I'd give Brad or Stuart an opportunity to say anything they'd like, and we'll stand for any questions. So.
Yeah, thank you, Jake. Mr. Chair, if I could speak. Brad Lovelace, Secretary. So thanks to everyone for these presentations. Very informative, just what we hope for to really broaden our understanding. You guys are dealing with this all the time, but this really helps my understanding, and I'm sure the commission's understanding. One thing to think about, in our internal discussions, we laid out these steps that Jake just mentioned as what we would recommend as the approach going forward. Obviously, the commission can do what the commission wants to do. And so while we see this as being a very positive path and inclusive and thoughtful, the way we like to do things, if you folks say, well, this isn't fast enough, or this isn't the direction we want to go as a commission, that's your course. We are in the habit of making recommendations, and you work very well with us, but that doesn't mean we always have to be the lead. So as in any case, if you all say we want to go in this direction faster or whatever, that's your prerogative too. These are simply our recommendations.
Well, I've got a question. First, why not recommend regulatory change?
At this point, I think we have enough information that that's the direction that we would like to go. But we need to spend some more time analyzing the social and economic implications and educating the public so that they will be acceptable of any of those regulatory changes. The couple of things I failed to mention as far as a point of reference, in 2020, we did a chronic wasting disease survey that I think Levi has spoken with you guys about regarding our hunters' awareness of chronic wasting disease, what it was. And part of that was looking at potential regulatory actions by the department. And from that, we gleaned that more hunters saw banning baits and minerals as unacceptable than acceptable. And more specifically, a year-round ban on the use of bait and minerals was deemed unacceptable by 54% of respondents, of whom 40% found it completely unacceptable. And there was only 21% of hunters who found a ban on baiting to be acceptable. So we have some work to do on the education front in order for these regulations to be something that will stick and be accepted. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I think in a perfect world, the commission would ban baiting from a science standpoint. And there's also some fair chase items and some people are able to bait so much that they do have a change in deer population where they bait. The problem is, and we have a couple of legislators who frankly pick on our agency. And I'm afraid that if we don't have a lot of public information meetings and include the unmentioned legislators in that visit, we're just going to have that jammed back down our throat and have that taken away and given to the Department of Agriculture or something else. I think if somebody were to set through a presentation like we had today and be able to ask questions, I think they would begin to think about it differently. But I think the blowback in trying to change this right now, to me, it's just unacceptable for the long-term health of the agency. You know, we made a change on trying to reduce the number of non-resident turkeys. Well, we got that passed, but they're still raising hell about the details. And we didn't give a good enough economic impact status. And there's a chance this afternoon we're going to have some interested parties, some self-interested parties, show up and tell us how wrong we are and how that the Kansas economy is going to be in peril because we've instituted a draw. So I think the way to go is precisely the way you recommend. What's in our hearts, we have to be practical. We have to make sure the agency does. I remember the movie Animal House where they were put on double secret probation. Yeah, well, we're kind of on double secret probation now, and it's not fair. And they're further annoyed that we support ourselves, albeit frugally. I think a series of press releases, a well-drafted scientific-based press releases will start having some effect. And a lot of papers are always looking for something to print. And I think we need to do that and have more of these. And I'm serious about inviting legislators to listen to some of this. We know who they are. And we can just be honest. We know you're not going to like this, but we think you ought to at least listen to this and then see what you have to say. That's my speech.
I think the commission would all vote to ban baiting today. But we've been hearing the negative side of baiting for several years, at least my time with the commission. And to pass no baiting today, I guess you figure out how many fingers you want to lose. Because you're going to lose a few fingers on the deal. There's going to be some kickback, but I think we're on the right track.
Did you,
Publicizing the whole thing and but making sure that the public is aware that that is our track to ban bait in time, that they need to know that is our intention. Thank you.
A question. What we heard today is, very compelling, very logical. All favors banning baiting. Can anybody with the opposite view dispute anything in a logical way that we've heard today? What's the other side of the argument? Why have we ever done it in the first place?
I make money on it.
Yeah. So it's a commercial pressure that's the other side of the argument, right?
Yeah.
I
Interesting
know
though, and I think that
a private landowner that has wintering turkeys on his property and he feeds those wintering turkeys. He doesn't hunt over them, but he feeds the wintering turkeys. That is just one example of a guy that really thinks that he's helping. He is helping out.
And he's
And he
somebody
likes
that,
it. He likes it.
but he'd probably hear this, what we've heard today, and he might change his mind. I mean, a lot of landowners I know, they do defensive baiting is what I call it. Because they've got a neighbor that leases to somebody. And it's the people that are leasing land, it's the out-of-state landowners buying or absentee, I would say, buying recreational properties. They're the ones that are doing a lot of the baiting, and then the others are just doing it defensively, thinking they're taking my deer, so I've got to do something.
It's that reduction in the
I
home
think that's
range. Yeah.
exactly right.
It's
And
absolutely.
I think it's the large, I've got a close friend and neighbor down in Woodson County where I have another home. And he has a group from Ohio come out and they buy corn by the pallet. And they just dump corn all over the place. And then his son farms the field next to him and can't understand why the deer won't leave him alone. You know, they just eat his crops. Well, that's because they're all concentrated there. And it's just, if I'm an outfitter and I got some guys that pay a lot of money and they buy the grain, I'm going to object, and I'm going to, if I have to, I'll make up reasons because my dollars are on the line. That's the problem we have when we did with the turkeys. Try to reduce some pressure on turkeys. And we tried to focus on groundswell of complaints by our ordinary income residents. And that's the whole complaint, you know, you're messing up our economy. There's co-ops that they make a fortune taking $6 corn, putting it in a sack, selling it for $12. And they've got Bubba working there and he just all day long throws it into some big pickup that a local couldn't afford. And there's a lot of money in it.
And a lot of people don't realize this, that I have a friend that's a local cooperative manager. And he said, Troy, he said, you cannot believe how much money we make on deer hunters. He said, we've went from sacks to seed tenders. And he said, you just can't believe how much money we're making. And of course, I know what's going on here. And I think about that. And that's pushback. You can't believe how much money we're making. And they're selling it for 3 times what the commodities were. So, I mean, there's a lot to this.
Sure. One of our best indicators of prevalence on the landscape with the feeders was our 2022 landowner deer survey. One of the questions asked was, which of the following habitat management activities generally occur on your land? One of the options was placing feeders out for deer. And responses on that from landowners were that over 19%, 19.4% placed feed themselves. And another 25.4% responded that someone else does this on my property. So
I think in some of the conversations that I've had, I think there are growing numbers of landowners that I hear from that are frustrated by what happens. It's partly behavior with some of the outfitter guide situation, but part of it is my neighbor's feeding and I can't get enough depredation permits. Well, to me, that puts us in a management kind of contradictory practices where we're allowing baiting, not regulating that, and we're handing out depredation tags by the handful to the neighbor next door. And to me, that I don't like the image that contradiction puts out. I think it increases confusion. I have two questions real quick. One would be, as you're doing your research, you know, what the states that have gone to more recent elimination of baiting, and I know there have been some, you know, have they seen, what positive changes have they seen? We are going to hear about the negatives, but can we find positives that have occurred in those states? The other thing that hasn't been mentioned that's kind of applies is the use of the liquid scents from non-tested deer and things. does that need to be part of this conversation? Is that such a small? But where does the use of those kinds of products fall?
It would still be a part of the holistic review as we're looking at paths moving forward, educating folks, and you'll note that in several of those states that are summarized in that handout, it is included in there. Many of them, it is still allowed for some of the scents. Okay, it's not a consumable product. They do, in some of them, prohibit some of the doe estrus, the urine-based products. But it varies from state to state, but we'll be looking at that as well.
I appreciate this. This was excellent today. Every one of you was hit it out of the park, and I appreciate it. It was really helpful, and the legislature can't stop our public education efforts.
That
Those
they
could-
cannot do.
Those can start today.
What would,
Um,
if you could, Brad, what would you think our schedule's going to be here? You have a, I mean,
So-
years or months or?
Let me comment on that. Commissioner Lister has a comment and then I'll be glad to go to that. Troy, thank you.
Comment/question. You said public affairs. So one thing that I would highly, highly encourage, and I don't know if I've seen it enough, in this agency and beyond, is to include the people doing the education, the educators, be included in the discussion about how this information is going to be given to the public. I think that's a critical piece that we're left out of the discussion and how this is going out. And so I think just please pay attention to that.
Certainly.
So, Mr. Chair, a couple comments. Obviously, this is the process that we were recommending. We wanted feedback from you all, and we're getting that. We understand what you're saying. How fast can we go on that? So, what that would tell me on the part of the agency is we need to expedite this process. We all are very proud and support the thorough process that we go through to include public comment. We're looking forward to that. However, we understand your sense of urgency about this. You feel pretty strongly. And so what we'll do is that'll enable us to prioritize this with all the other things these folks have to do. Say this is the bigger priority, to have these public inputs and have that happen, and then get this on the agenda is what we're hearing from you, just to start, thinking about the regulation. So we hear what you're saying there. So that if that's okay with you, I propose we'll talk about this schedule, how we move it more quickly, inform you of that, and get some feedback from you on, is that going fast enough to where we get to the point where you get a recommendation that starts to lead to regulation? So, and Troy asked, Commissioner Sporer asked, how fast would that come? I don't have a sense for that, but what we'd be glad to do is talk with our experts here, and then give you some feedback on what a schedule for these kind of conversations might look like, and when we'd be back with a recommendation for regulation. So we'll be glad to loop back with you on that.
I would suggest that at least as a discussion item, or informally or whatever we do in the August meeting, kind of have an idea of when we're going to start this schedule. If we educate enough and include enough people, the issue will sell itself. There will always be some last minute holdouts, but right now these statistics are showing that guy fills out a survey, 54% of them say they want to bait. 40% says absolutely I want to bait. So we've got some work cut out for us if we don't want to have an explosion. And I'm sorry that we just can't make laws, make regulations, and do exactly the right thing. But I just think we have to be really careful. Dan?
Mr. Chair, Dan Riley, Chief Counsel. I agree with all of that, because I think this is an issue that is going to have to rely on compliance more than enforcement. This would be virtually impossible to enforce if we were trying to force everybody to comply. So I think the education aspect of it and making this information known to the people that are out there doing it who aren't aware of the consequences is going to be key to that. And I've got a question, and Rich, I don't know if or Jake, I don't know if this is best directed to you or some of the other folks that spoke today. Are there management practices that we can suggest to the landowners that want to do something for the wildlife? Or is a food plot just another bad choice and because it concentrates animals? Because when we tell people don't do this anymore, it's going to be helpful if we can suggest something that they can do as an alternative if there's an acceptable.
Yeah, certainly. That's part of our informational campaign there as far as emphasizing the importance of habitat quality, improving the habitat on the property and alternatives like food plots where it may still not be the best, but the best management practices, it takes several of them in order to limit everything, right? Whether you're scattering grain versus having it in a pile with respect to aflatoxins or potentials for disease transmission with nose-to-nose contact. There's multiple things as seen in that OSU handout that you would have to address, including cleaning feeders periodically with bleach and things that people aren't likely going to do as far as best management practices. But there are less harmful alternatives, and ultimately what we're attempting to push people towards is habitat improvement and managing the habitat on a property in a manner which would support a healthy population.
Is it realistic to think that we could compile all that information into a publication and the alternatives?
Yep, that's the
Great.
plan.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, Sheila has something to say.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to push, but could we have maybe an informal continuation of discussion? At lunch, we have 45 minutes now to eat and be done. And I want the commissioners to go through first. We have a feed bar over here. It is $15 and you can pay cash or credit card to Susie. She'll be waiting there to take your money. And if you go through and sit at the tables over here or outside, if you really want to. But like I said, we only have 45 minutes, so if we could continue.
I was going to suggest
maybe.
I was going to suggest the exact same thing.
Sounds good. Well, thank you to all the presenters for your time and putting this together, and thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to listen to us this morning. So.
It's 12 o'clock. I'd like to open this meeting. Welcome to Milford Lake. Uh, Good place to have a meeting. It's a lot more comfortable in here than it is outside. I went out a minute ago just to see whether it had warmed up, and it has. So at this time, I'd like to introduce the commissioners and staff, starting on my far left.
Warren Gefeller, Russell.
Troy Spore, Oakley. Lauren Quayle, Sill, Hutchison.
Gerald Lauber from Topeka.
Celia Lister, Pittsburgh.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
Still online.
Not yet.
Oh, Bill is online or attempting
Oh,
to
no.
get online.
I think this is him. Bill, I think I asked you to mute. You should be good, I think.
We want to finish the introductions.
Sheila Camus, commission support.
Jason Dixon, Commissioner Support.
Brad Lovelace, Secretary, Topeka.
Stuart Schrog, Assistant Secretary, Pratt.
Dan Riley, General Counsel.
Sheila, has there been any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, there's been a couple revised versions, but I believe the newest revision is in the book. So.
Phil Escarino, Garden City, I'm online.
Okay, can I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
Go ahead, Bill, try again.
Phil Escarino, Garden City.
There we go. We heard you that time.
All right, thank you. I'll move, Mr. Chairman.
He moved to.
Yes.
for the minute. He moved
Second.
fast.
Any additional discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Who did-
Aye.
Aye. Catch it. Who did this?
Okay,
I'll catch it.
it's time to start the public hearing. So Kent, you want to come up on KAR 115-411?
And Jason, I've got a presentation on this.
While he's cleaning that up, who seconded the motion to approve the minutes? I'm sorry, I missed that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Today we will be discussing KAR 115-4-11. This pertains to big game and wild turkey permit applications. And just a brief reminder of one of the main reason we're here is that overall, we've seen declines for the last 15 years in turkey populations across Kansas, consistent with other states in the Midwest and southeastern states. And the primary driver of this has been low production, as you see from these two graphs. And so, again, we've made a number of changes over the last 7 years pertaining to reductions in turkey hunting opportunities. And these have been the primary drivers of those recommendations for changing regulations. And as a brief reminder of our last meeting in April, these two regulations were modified and approved and modified. KAR 115-25-5, which pertains to the fall season. We suspended the fall season there statewide. And then KAR 115-25-6 pertains to the spring season. And the commission reduced spring bag limits so that it's one bird statewide. In Unit 4, the Southwest, which is a resident-only draw, we removed the adjacent unit allowance for Unit 4 permits and reduced the permit quota to 200 or 375 permits for residents and tenants. And that was a drop of 25% from 500 permits. And then finally, the commission created a non-resident quota and approved the quotas by unit. And so our next steps in this, which we'll deal with today, are to modify KAR 115-4-11. And we're recommending recommending the changes to this regulation. We're recommending that we create an application process for non-residents. this, and as you look through the modified changes in your briefing book, you'll note that we keep the resident spring turkey permits as over the counter and an unlimited number for residents. It defines the non-resident spring turkey permit application timeline as beginning as in early January and goes to the second Friday of February, which is approximately 4 to 5 weeks. And any leftover permits will be offered on a first come, first served basis for those limited number of turkey permits, if there are any leftovers. And so, and just a quick reminder too, that in regards to this, with transition to a non-resident draw, we will also need to modify KAR 115-2-1, which is the amount of fees regulation, which Wildlife Division Director Jake George has presented on, and as part of that, in that we're creating application fee, which is also a preference point fee as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to stand for any questions in regards to KAR 115-411.
Anybody have any questions? I think most of this has been discussed before. Any comments from the public? State your name for the record.
Norman Manslina. Why are we even discussing permits when we got a low number of turkeys? Number two, what is causing this drop in production? Is it chemicals, lack of habitat? Are we poisoning them? Are we killing their food supply? What is it?
Well, that's been a subject we've been beating on for several years. And rather than just shut off the whole season, we're trying to reduce the harvest to match the population out there.
You're accommodating recreational people is what you're doing.
Okay. Any other questions from the public? Well, could I have a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
Been moved, that it's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion on this motion? Yes, sir.
Kenny Graham. Absolutely, we've had a reduction in our bird numbers. I mean, there's nobody anywhere is going to deny that, period. Question I have, if we're really concerned about our numbers, why are we going to leave it for residents? We have unlimited tax. I mean, I'm a resident, I pay taxes, live here, was born here. I totally agree with that, but if we're going to cut to the non-residents, bring in a huge amount of economy into our economy when they come, why aren't we going to look at least a limited quota on the resident tax? Because other words, you've got a wide open season is what you still have. And per your last meeting, you even talked about how much your resident hunting was down, which I totally agree with that. But why are we only looking at non-residents and cutting 25%? If it is a true biology decision that we're looking at numbers, quotas, tell me how many turkeys we have, what we have. Can you even tell me what the harvest was last year? No, we can't, because we depend on a survey and a survey only. Most other states, you go through them. I've actually got copies of them. I'm going to leave with you. They go into by the day how many birds were killed per county. They can see trends as those numbers fall. They show if it was mature bird, bearded hen, long beard. They go off the spurs, and that is updated daily. It's done through their e-tag system. We do not make our e-tag mandatory. It would almost eliminate the reason for the surveys to come up with numbers if we were required that every animal checked in, be it deer or turkey, be put into our e-tag system, add a few questions on there for your counties your area is public ground, private land, and go through it. Every state that touches Kansas, with the exception of Nebraska, does that. Colorado does it, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri does. And when by the end of the opening day of deer season or turkey season, they can tell you exactly, it's on the news, how many birds were killed per county. And I'm just curious, we're in 2023, why we aren't doing that? Why aren't we moving to that? And it also exempts your tag. It eliminates your tag, where we still got a lot of guys using paper tags out there. This actually eliminates that barcode on your tag. Just food for thought, you know, if you're going to balance, I know you're in the banking business. If you're going to balance your checkbook, you ever balance it when you don't have half your info in? No, you wait till you have your info in. And I think we really, and I'm not trying to get you to stop from the reduction, because that's probably a pretty legit deal, but let's do a little more on the field side and try to get the true information instead of just pieces of it.
Okay.
So, go ahead. Thank you.
Any other discussion from the public?
We do have a question on the chat to me from Hunter Brewer. Why is there a draw for turkeys instead of first come, first serve tags based on a quota?
Would you like me to address that?
I would.
Yep. So there's two main components that we feel in coming forward with a staff recommendation for moving to a draw system. Two primary factors that we feel are most appropriate for this discussion. The first is fairness to all hunters, whether it's your ability to get on the internet and purchase a tag at midnight on the starting day for a first come, first serve, versus being able to enter into a draw system where everyone has an equal opportunity to attain a tag. We feel that there's an overall fairness to hunters in that aspect. And the second one is consistency among our game species and how we approach limited opportunities and limited number of permits for species. And so the first instance, of course, even within turkeys, is that we currently have a draw system for Unit 4 in the Southwest for residents and tenants, has always been that way. Additionally, we have a draw system for limited number of permits for non-resident deer. And so we feel that the consistency across those species types, not having turkeys first come, first serve, but deer with a draw or those kind of things, promotes consistency across all of our regulations.
Okay, any other questions from the public on Zoom? Okay. We've had a motion and a second. No more discussion. Sheila, will you call the question?
Commissioner Cross?
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller?
Yes.
Commissioner Lister?
Yes.
Commissioner Sill?
Yes.
Commissioner Spore?
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber?
Yes.
Pass 7-0.
KAR 115-823, Ryan.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. So we're back talking about the non-allowed baiting on department lands. The last time this was brought to hearing, we asked the commission to vote no. But to give a little history, this had been workshopped 8 or 9 times, I believe, over a period of a little over a year. I went through the promulgation process, and some of the wording that we wanted taken out of the regulation was left in. So that's why we asked for it to be voted no. And that language was simply not allowing baiting while hunting and preparing to hunt on department lands. And what we wanted was that to be stricken out, so it would be no baiting at all allowed on public lands, department lands. And department lands are the state-owned and managed lands, and those under lease and also under contract. Some of those leased properties are the federal properties, and some of the contracted properties are those in WEHA and IWEHA. So this would include all department lands. And also this regulation and the prohibition of baiting would not apply to licensed fur harvesters as permitted in KR 115.5.1. So today we're asking in 115.823 under baiting that all baiting is prohibited on department lands.
Any questions?
That includes walk-in.
Walk-in and I, yep.
Any questions from the public?
Yep. Thank you. Sorry, used me. The only problem, what you do on public ground, it's just, it seems like it always spills over onto private ground. And I was lucky enough to be able to listen to your very informative pre-meeting today where you were discussing feeding. I've heard all that, and I can bring in 6 other PhDs that'll counter it. You know, it's an ongoing study that's going to be ongoing for a long time. Is feeding beneficial? Is feeding not? What you're feeding, is it beneficial? Is it not? A variety of items that go on. Economic impacts are a huge issue. Maybe not as much because of lesser amount of land. I believe you guys have 300,000 acres that the department owns, correct?
I don't know exactly.
That's what we manage. That doesn't include what we own. That's a very small fraction what the department owns. And walk-in acres are
Million.
just over 1 million.
Just over a million. So that's roughly about 5% of the land in Kansas is what that equates to. The rest of it's pretty well public land is what it is. We actually, Mr. Riley had several conversations I did after the meeting at Bonner Springs. I'd asked for a copy of the economic impact on the turkey recs. I know we've moved past that, but it's going to spill over into this, and it's also going to spill over into, if you go to take away baiting, bait stations, food plots, any of the above, leaving food by farmers, whatever. With my conversations with him, he said what they used for an economic statement on the turkeys was $68,000. Strictly the loss of the 25% of the tag sales and license sales is all that was used. That is an exceptionally low number, but I would say that is correct. But that don't include people with motels, hotels, places they stay when they come here, money they spend when they go into our community, come into our community. And per Mr. Lauber, even you agreed, like there in El Dorado, that $1,000 to $1,200, you agreed last time, was probably a pretty easy number. Actually, reading some of the emails we had, that your data that you had didn't allow you to do any more study than what you did for your economic impact, correct?
Go ahead and I'll answer you.
Okay, no, that's fine. And they actually said that I searched for any information related to Kansas specific data reflecting economic contributions to local private business that serve turkey hunters. In fact, I was unable to find data specific turkey hunting and the type of economic information I was looking for from any location or state that's there. There's a lot of it there. Since there was no reliable information available, only the license cost and the estimate was included. Then on May 13th, I made a formal request that I wanted to get a copy of the economic impact study. Never have received it, but I did get back there from Mr. Riley. He said, Mr. Graham, this is precisely the type of economic data I was looking for when I drafted the economic impact study. Prior to that, I'd said we can give you numbers that were lost by outfitters, motels, hotels. You know, all you got to do is go to the Department of Economic Development and they can tell you. Then moving forward, we went to May 15th. And it was asked, a collection of opinions, no matter how knowledgeable, you told me after I asked, could we use those? And the sources don't provide the level of reliability according data we require for regulations or addresses inquiries for from citizens or legislatures. As I indicated previously, when I searched for that type of economic impact data prior to submitting the turkey regulations, there was none available. To me, that is an indication that we either need to request or contract with someone in the business or gather the information, or we need to determine if we have the expertise and manpower within the KDWP to conduct our own research to collect the data. According to statute 2022, that is required on any regulation change. This is right off your own website. This is your flow chart for the process it's got to go through. Okay, if you've done it on the turkey change, that's fine. All I was asking, I could see it. We're going to move into the deer, animal, wildlife baiting. My thing, the reason I'm standing up here, I want to make sure if the sign says stop, we stop. We don't do a rolling stop. And I'm sorry, I'm kind of hitting you here real hard. But we've got a lot of things that are coming to involve a lot of people and a lot of companies and a lot of personal people that I brought here today, a few, that's going to impact them considerably. Give you an idea, we took 21 outfitters. We had an average that ran 31 hunters in 2023. You want reliable information when you produce the spreadsheets if you need them. These were all on private land, not public land. That's 651 hunts. It averaged $1,214 hunt. That's room, board, meals, everything provided for these hunters. That's $790,000, 314. You cut out 25%, you cut out coming into our economy, 197,578.50. So you've cut that much coming in our economy. When an outfitter or a landowner gets $1,000 in his pocket from outside, he don't put it in his pocket. He spends it. He spends it with an elevator. He spends it to buy gas. He spends it to live on, to do what he does in the state so that money continues to turn over. And I really don't feel we're doing a lot of that. We took also the KDWP and Landowners Association. We ran, there's 168 outfitters in this state, run approximately 20 hunts a year. That's $3.3 million brought into our state is what that is. Times 25 is a loss, 825,000. As we move on, I know you aren't looking at total elimination of turkey hunting. Everybody agrees turkeys are down. The main reason I'm standing here, I want to make sure when we pass rules, when we pass regs, and especially on some other things that are coming, we're doing what is required by legislature, doing the studies. If we don't have the expertise, get it. And people in the business have that expertise. They really do. And it's not just thrown together numbers that can be shown on tax returns. They can be shown on spreadsheets. But main thing I'm asking them, I really manipulated your time. I'm sorry. Apologize. Main thing I'm asking, please, when you make a decision, and I noticed from your conversation you had this morning, you talked about pushback from the economy and almost 50% plus of the people want baiting. Look at how it's going to affect in Osage County and Coffee County alone. It's going to put 3 people out of business. One of those businesses, not counting an ethanol business that buys ethanol byproduct to produce deer feed, not just corn, but deer feed. I don't feed just deer corn. We feed peanuts. We feed a multitude of things for the health of deer. Everybody thinks we dump piles of corn out. Occasionally we do when we get pictures. I ain't going to deny that. But I'm asking, please, if the sign says stop, stop. Don't just yield and go through it. Thank you for your time. Any questions or?
Well, no, I mean, I understand what the legislature requires. And I understand it's good to have that sort of thing. It's difficult for me to create the ordinary Kansas hunter as an irrelevant factor. We can't manage this to satisfy the outfitters.
No.
And when it comes time for the complaining, they're going to be the ones to do the loudest complaining because it affects their pocketbook. And if you were to ask a group of outfitters, they could care less about the ordinary hunter. They want the guy who pays money.
That is totally incorrect.
Well,
my number one resource, and most of the guys, according to the Kansas Outfitter Association, is our landowners. It's the landowners' own land. You will drive by very few homes in the country, in this state, you don't see a feeder behind it, have nothing to do with an outfitter when you get into feeding. So when you get ready to attack that, it isn't going to just be the landowners. And if you're going to totally eliminate feeding, it is going to hit the little hummingbird lady in the back, and it's going to hit the person that feeds, loves to watch the deer come up in her backyard and eat. And I really get tired, to be honest, of being looked down as an outfitter. From September to December, Little House on the Prairie doesn't get the most amount of tourism in Kansas. It's the hunting industry. And I'm sorry, as hard as it is to say, it's a lot of out-of-state hunters bring that money in, but it's also in-state hunters. We have land that we offer for any doe hunting that anybody in our county. People want to go through their hunter safety program. We let them come out and kill does in January. We contribute to the economy. Now, I'm speaking for myself, but most of the guys in there, we care about the habitat. We do as much for habitat as the state does. Myself, and I'm not that big, I manage about 24,000 acres. We did 36 food plots last year. Supplemental feeding, we fed almost 30 tons last year. And I don't mean dumping out, I'm talking alfalfa, corn, and everything. We are out there getting our buck to doe ratios. Can you tell me on state ground, one place what your buck to doe ratio is? Can you tell me on one piece of ground what your deer numbers are approximately? No, but every outfitter, any good, reliable resident hunter that manages his land, be it 40 acres or 1,000 acres, knows that. And 95% plus this land is managed by those people. You won't just get pushback from outfitters. You're going to get that from the public like you've never seen. I'm sorry, but
I get it. And I mean, I expect pushback. And
you fed yourself, I'm sure.
Yeah. And I understand what you're saying. And I've heard the outfitters' rationalization about they care about the little guy a lot. I'm not sure I've seen any evidence, but at this point, I think you and I'll have this discussion often.
Several times.
So why don't we agree to talk then?
I will totally agree with it, but I appreciate your times. I'm sorry.
Okay. Any other comments from the public?
Hello, my name is Tim Weddington. I'm from Kinsley, Kansas, and I am here to talk about the baiting. I am an outfitter. I'm the second largest in the state of Kansas. I own a 6,000 square foot lodge, and I was offended by the fact that you tell me that I don't care about the little man. I put on 4 hunts a year for children that don't pay a dime for it. They get to come out and hunt, and we take care of them. Some of them are residents, some of them are not. But when you tell us that we don't care about the little man, that's not true. I've been in business for a little over 20 years. Do you know how many times the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks has called me and asked me, hey, Mr. Weddington, you manage 50,000 acres. What kind of numbers are you seeing on that? Not one time, not one single time. I'm on that ground, or my guys are on that ground 300 days a year. We want to see what those numbers are because that makes us successful in what we do. And we don't just go out there and say, oh, we're going to kill some animals, because that's not true. We manage our herd. We monitor our herd. One of the ways we do that is by observation stations. That's cameras, that's water sources, that's food sources. I can tell you in a 10-year period that in 2012, I would see 1 to 3, 1 doe or three does to 1 buck ratio. And now I'm seeing 6 to 1. And we're not even talking about mature deer here. So you have the greatest source of information standing right in front of you. All you got to do is ask us. And we're going to help you with that, give you that information, and tell you what we see. We're talking about the baiting and being bad for the deer herd. Okay. I hunt all over this world, all over it. New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, highest number of CDC or chronic wasting disease reports of any other state in our United States. What do all 4 of them have in common? No baiting allowed. Hasn't been for years. It's not affecting them. It's not helping them. You come out to my place and we'll throw out some infrared scopes and we'll look at an alfalfa field that's got 250 deer in it. You want to wipe all that out? That's also how I feed my cattle. If the spread of disease is by feed, then I've got to wipe everything out, not just a feed station. The feed stations give us the ability to monitor our herd. And that information is available to any one of you guys that want to call any of us that are respectable outfitters and ask us for that information. We'd be more than welcome to sit down and talk to you about it. Give you some information that we see in the field. Are we PhDs? No, but I've got 20 years of experience watching this animal, trying to be successful to build my business to the size that it is. So just ask us. That's all I ask. Okay. Give us some input. Thank you for your time.
Norman Mann, Salina. Who owns the deer? The state does. You have control over whatever happens to these animals. You're the ones that regulate this. The state does, not the individual, not the private owner. We start talking about private ownership, we're going to be in big lawsuits. I've got information here. We do not own this land, people. This land we're standing on right now, K-State has announced we are occupying land of another nation.
You brought that up before.
Not this article. So we don't have a say as a private individual over these animals. They are wild animals. They're not domesticated.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Any other comments from the public? Any from Zoom? Any hands up?
No hands up or anything.
All right.
I have a Commissioner Spore, I have a question. Controlled shooting areas. Is there any conflict with buying turkeys and deer in Kansas in a controlled shooting area? Providing your own resource?
Yeah. Brad Lovell, Secretary, Commissioner, you're saying buying
Yes.
animals to
Yes,
put on
you know,
those
controlled
controlled
shooting
shooting
areas put and take, you know, they buy their own quail chuckers and
right?
quail. Is there anything in state statute that says turkey and deer hunters can't buy their own resource?
I think it's just a determination of it, whether it's wild or whether it's domestic.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Go ahead. Yeah.
Can't. We can't.
The Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks sends me a survey every year that I have to fill out for my CSA, my controlled shooting area. It plainly asks me on there, were any deer released, were any turkeys released, were any quail released, numbers of pheasants, number of chucker on that form. So you're asking me if I'm releasing them. I don't release them. I only release pheasants and quail. But your form asks me if I do. So I'm assuming that if it asks me if I do,
it would be legal.
It would be legal.
Yeah, Stuart Strong, Assistant Secretary at Pratt. We've actually been looking at the CSA program quite a bit and the regulations surrounding that, and there are some differences in the old CSA forms and species listed versus what the actual regulation allows. So most of the CSA is surrounding upland game bird, pheasants, quail, chukars, partridge, things like that. And based on records, I haven't seen that anybody's released turkey or deer or anything like that. So. Turkey, I'm not sure, but catfish. Right.
It would just be interesting, the number of CSAs we have now that are hunting pheasants and quail. How many of them started out hunting native birds and then went to a CSA? It would just be an interesting statistic, I guess. Thank you.
Commissioner Spore, we can sure look at that and get back with you.
Is there any more public comment?
I think I have a quick one regarding the topic. I'm Andrew Clark. I'm going to represent myself and a silent majority of blue collar Western Kansas folks that can't make meetings like these. My question or comment is regarding baiting on public land as regards to fur harvesting. I know I and several other folks that I'm associated with will occasionally use a legally obtained deer carcass or things of that matter to trap bobcats after the upland bird season is closed. Is there any limitations on that sort of thing in your legislature?
In what we're
In your
representing?
proposed KAR 115-823?
Right, Stuart Shrug again. So if you look at subsection 2, this shall not apply to licensed fur harvesters as allowed as permitted under KR 115.5.1.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought you was asking something different than that.
Okay, any other comments from the public? Let's get a motion on the table.
I'll move. Commissioner Sill.
Commissioner Spore, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Time for more discussion. Any discussion on the motion? Public or otherwise? Sheila, call the question.
Commissioner Cross?
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino?
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller?
Yes.
Commissioner Lister?
Yes.
Commissioner Sill?
Yes.
Commissioner Spore?
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber?
Yes.
Pass 7-0.
Okay, now Linda has a proposal that we just need a consensus only, that we don't vote. She has more clout than the rest of you guys.
No, not really. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and the visiting public. We received a grant and we have purchased some canvas cottage tents. It's a glamping program we're going to start. We're going to do $80 a night with no AC. If it does has air conditioner, it's going to be $125 a night. We have 10 of them. We're going to put 5 at Pomona State Park and 5 at Clinton State Park. If it goes well, we'll add some more later, but we've had a lot of demand for this. So we're pretty excited. They're not up yet. You can look all over the internet for some type of canvas type cabin, and they have doors, they have windows, we can lock them up. So this is a new program, and we're very grateful to Department of Commerce. We got those through a tourism grant that we applied for. So that's what we're I might have to come back if we don't feel like our expenses are not going to meet that. So, but that's where we're going to start out. And then we have one more that we're going to get. It's going to be a wagon. A local Kansas vendor has wagons, and we're going to purchase one of those. I don't know what we're going to charge on that yet. That's going to Historic Lake Scott State Park. Thank you.
Okay, consensus only. Does anybody have an objection? If there are no objections, I consider that a consensus. Hearing none, that deal's done. Secretary, no, wait a minute. Now we have an opportunity for public comment on non-agenda items. Does anybody have anything they'd like to bring up today? Yes, sir.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Larry Fry, Great Bend. I first want to commend the KDWP for the effort in proposing the regulations that would limit non-resident waterfowl hunters to 3 days a week. I think that's a step in the right direction. But I'd like to address the issue of increased waterfowl hunting pressure in Kansas lands, primarily the land set aside for public hunting. This should take about 6 minutes, by the way. As you know, hunter pressure has been steadily increasing the last 10 years or so, with the last 4 or 5 years seeing it rising to troubling levels, particularly on public lands. The 2021 season in particular showed a noticeable jump in hunter pressure, particularly from non-resident hunters. There are only two ways to reduce total hunter pressure: either reduce the number of hunters or increase the number of acres available for hunting. Since the number of acres in Kansas can hardly be increased significantly, that leaves the other alternative as a remaining path to reducing hunter pressure. While there are several methods for reducing hunter pressure in Kansas, one of which has been addressed by that reducing days for non-resident hunters. By the way, is that a done deal?
No.
Or is that still under consideration?
It's under consideration, but
Okay.
it's moving down the pipe.
All right. I'd like to address what I feel is the best option for doing this. Keep in mind that reducing hunter pressure will, no matter what method is utilized, reduce the revenue that Kansas has become used to receiving from the non-resident hunting community. The amount of any reduction remains to be seen, and I have some numbers if you're interested at the end of this commission meeting. At this point, I'd like to remind us that the stated purpose of the KDWP and its commission is, and I quote, to advise the secretary and approve regulations governing outdoor recreation and fish and wildlife resources in Kansas. As far as I know, it is not to ensure the health of the Kansas Treasury or the health of private businesses. That is the responsibility of the Department of Commerce and the Department of Tourism, which thankfully is no longer part of this group. I believe that the most expeditious way of reducing the number of hunters on Kansas acres, and therefore Kansas hunting pressure, is to reduce the daily bag limit to 3 ducks and 3 Canada geese. Here's why I think it would be the best path for Kansas to take. One, the cost to implement this change would be minimal. All it requires a change in several numbers in the Kansas waterfowl regulations. That is 6 changed to 3. It require no additional regulations that would have to be approved legislatively. It would only require the approval of this commission. It would require no additional law enforcement, either as additional personnel or additional duties for current law enforcement officers. Our present game wardens are already checking hunters for daily bag limit compliance. It would reduce the number of hunters in the field 2 ways. It would increase the attractiveness of other states for non-resident hunters, states with higher daily bag limits. It could add some impetus to some resident hunters to reduce the number of days that they spend afield. While this may have some effect on total hunter numbers, I believe the majority of hunter pressure reduction would come from non-resident hunters who, given a choice, would most likely select a state where they can kill the greatest number of birds each day. After all, when a duck hunter puts an out-of-state hunt together, whether it is on public or private land, he or she fully expects to get the biggest return on his investment. I would too. That's human nature. 5, it will result in the hunters that do decide to hunt in Kansas spending less time in the blind, as it is normally far easier and quicker to kill 3 birds than to kill 6. And less time in the field per hunter equals fewer hunters in the field at any given time, which is the very definition of reduced hunting pressure. Lastly, it would not single out and penalize one class of hunters. Neither the non-resident hunter nor the Kansas resident hunter would bear the brunt of reducing hunter pressure. Every hunter would be free to choose to purchase a Kansas hunting license and to hunt in Kansas on any given day or not. I believe enough would choose to not hunt on a given day that it would have a positive effect on hunting pressure. Over the last 2 years, I've given much thought to alternative methods of reducing hunting pressure on Kansas waterfowl, as I hope and I assume that you have. I believe this is the easiest, least costly in terms of manpower and dollars to implement and enforce, and the most equitable way of achieving the goal. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your patience.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, you.
Andrew Clark
Didn't
again.
mean to point you, but
Yeah. Me and my associates have resounding support for KR 115.826, which was mentioned at the first of his comments there. We also support reclassification of raccoons and opossums under the same guise as coyotes. Obvious issues there. And the third thing I wanted to mention was in the last meeting, there was a brief discussion regarding non-resident applicants applying as residents. Out in Western Kansas, within the last several years, we've noticed tons and tons of out-of-state pressure, and a lot of this is deer and turkey pressure. This would make perfect sense from what Jason Dixon's crew found. Some quick numbers, residents that get a hunt fish combo, deer tag and turkey combo spend $127. NR to do those same privileges spend $667. It's a $540 difference. If you have 3,210 folks making those selections, that's $1.7 million a year of lost revenue over the last 5 years. That pretty well cover a lot of that shortfall that we're missing. My question to you guys today is, what penalty is there for filing false residency? And is there a task force that we've sent out to try to recoup some of these lost funds from false residency claims?
well, first of all, if one of our game wardens writes a ticket,
Greg's coming up too.
okay,
Yeah.
I'll let him come up.
Thank you, Chairman Lauber, Secretary Lovelace, Colonel Greg Kaiser, who leads our law enforcement division, come up and address that. So Greg, did you hear the question, or you might repeat it for me?
Yes, what's the penalty for false residency?
I'm not quite sure what the penalty is. I think that's dependent upon the court. Eric, is that correct? It's dependent on the court and how the judge views those things.
And once we write a ticket, it goes to the county attorney. We
Yeah.
lose control. We don't get a dime of the fines. We don't have the ability, unless they ask us, to pursue any investigation.
Correct. And I will say, we have been actively looking into those type of what you're bringing up. And there are some of those that are in various stages of investigation, which obviously we can't discuss, but that is a topic that we're actively looking at.
Yes, it seems to be a fairly widespread issue. After seeing those numbers, they were alarming to me and my colleagues. And it's one thing to do a tax evasion. It's another thing entirely to evade paying license fees, because those NR license fees go directly to conservation.
There's also a significant number of kids who claim that they're residents on the family farm and get a landowner permit. We try to monitor those things, but it's really difficult. And if we issue a ticket, it's out of our control.
We audit every year. Our wardens look into their different areas where they're assigned as far as what they're seeing, what they audit those numbers themselves. And So there are a number of more we're aware of that we're investigating. Some just recently took place that our investigations unit worked on. That's an ongoing case. So, you know, it's is it a problem? Yes. And we're limited on our personnel, but we'll do the best we can. So.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tourists and commercial hunting is a danger to wildlife. If anybody been reading the news, you seen what happened up in Yellowstone? A little baby deer or a buffalo was separated from its mama. Mama will not reclaim that wildlife. Wildlife, if it gets a constant use to humans, then it presents a danger because it trusts humans will kill it when it comes hunting season. This happened not only in Wyoming. This happened here some time ago over in Onega. They picked up this little baby deer and they were hauling it around in the swather for 30 minutes. They did it because they wanted to take pictures. There's the pictures of them little boys. That's illegal. I called the office in Topeka for your information officer, and she said, that's all right. We can do this. No, you can't. I don't know who the lady was I talked to, but she says it's all right to pick up wildlife and touch it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Secretary Lovelace, yeah, we'd be interested in knowing who you talked to because it's pretty well understood in our agency. You can't do that. So I'd be interested in what number you use to call and so we can follow up on that.
Well, I called your office in Topeka.
Which we've got numerous offices in Topeka.
Your information officer, I guess you would call it. You have more than one?
Yeah, she doesn't work in Topeka. So let's talk offline and we'll follow up on that. We want to put out accurate information, so I apologize for that.
Right. Because we're putting wildlife at danger. I got another question for you. Who is legally entitled to have a fishing license, hunting license, or not have to have one? Native Americans do not have to have a hunting license or a fishing license. But as the last I knew, 1/8, 12.5% people did not have to have a hunting and fishing license. You're doing it by records, paperwork. You better use DNA.
Well,
Miss-
it's a good idea, but
it works.
Mr. Chair, we just reviewed that regulation. Dan Riley might comment.
That qualification is based on the individual being on the tribal roll. So rather than us trying to decide who's legitimately a Native American, we let the Native Americans make the decision. So the tribal roll is the indicator for that purpose.
That's just paperwork. Then them records can be falsified.
Any records can be
Yeah, right.
falsified.
So that's why we need to do DNA. Because DNA has gotten people out of prison because they weren't there.
are you suggesting that every time you go buy a fishing license, you have to swab your mouth and hand it to the clerk?
You have that on record.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
My name's Dan Witt. I'm from Floysington. I've written a column called Marsh Musings for the Great Bend Tribune for over 10 years. I'm a retired physician. I elected to stay here because of the Cheyenne Bottoms. A few months ago, I got some information that some Spanish company was leasing up land and planting a solar panel array on the south side of the Bottoms. I found out it was 125,000 acres. It's miles. The first thing I did, I said, and the company readily admitted they've never done anything in a wetland with an endangered species or in a central flyway. I won't bore you with the value of the Cheyenne Bottoms. If you put that array on that, and their land is as close as from me to you, from the south side of the bottom, directly in the flyway of those whooping cranes and all these birds. The first thing I did, I wrote a letter to you. I wrote a letter to y'all. I wrote a letter to the governor. Nobody's answered me yet. I just, you've never stated a position. You never said you had any interest in doing anything with it. You have muzzled your entire department. There's not anybody in your department that can speak to me about that. What's going on? I don't understand that. And
Is that a request?
that's a request.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, Brad Lovell, Secretary, Chris Behrens, who's over our Ecological Services group, is back here, and you might invite him to come forward and just talk about our understanding of the project, which is minimal because we haven't received any data, but Chris can address that if you'd like.
I'd love to hear it.
As he's coming up, I'll just point out, we can't demand data from a developer. We have to ask them. They can provide it if they choose to, right? We don't have any ability to require that. So that's the heart of our ability to respond in an informed way about the nature of a project. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, Chris Behrens, Ecological Services Division Director. And Brad mentioned, we have review of certain projects in the state. This particular project, we have not received any data from the company yet. So we have seen some information from you, and some of the general public folks have sent some things in. We reviewed some of those things as well. But we don't have any official statement because we haven't received any official documents from them. We refer everything to the county right now because they are the ones that have control of where it can be developed.
I have terrific county commissioners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and in that particular county that you're in, they're very proactive. They have been with wind and everything else. So typically the county has more control over where those things are positioned than what the state does.
Terrific. We have at the present time, we have a 6 mile perimeter and a no build zone until the 1st of January. And but put your saddle on your horse. Let's ride for the brand. And there's nothing more sacred in this state, maybe, than the Cheyenne Bottoms. And I have not felt that. I mean, that scared me when I didn't hear anything from anybody. It's Fort Hays State. What is wrong with those people? They've got the best wetlands education center maybe on this earth. They have input. They bring every kid from Barton County in the 3rd and 4th grade through that place. They have birding programs, hunting programs. Curtis Wolf he's a genius. What a guy. Fort Hays State has muzzled Curtis. He can't speak about this. It drives me crazy. I don't get it. They get more credit and good press from that Wetlands Education Center than anything else they have in their whole history. And they muzzle Curtis. I mean, I don't get it.
Yeah, I agree. And so what we look at, and our jobs are as in ecological services to look at the science, right? So unfortunately, with energy developments, they occur so quickly that the science never catches up, right? So the science shows us that there's certain particular things with solar farms in particular that are concerning to different wildlife, and some of those research projects were in California. So how do we equate that to Kansas? And that's something that we do. Brad chairs a group within the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and we nationally talk about solar and wind and all kinds of energy developments all the time, and what kind of aspects that the agencies can do to make sure that we're providing the best science available to understand how it's going to impact our
Audubon gave us a beautiful discussion. There, who cares what the process is? That it doesn't matter. If you're going to kill whooping cranes, it doesn't matter whether you use a stick or a solar panel or a windmill. Don't put it in their flyway. If you're not campaigning to protect, nobody else is speaking up for these birds. You can't have a dead whooping crane in your legacy. You can't do that. Neither can this governor. She's a terrific lady, has done some wonderful stuff. Dead whooping cranes don't fly. And you're going to kill them. If a tornado hits that thing and puts that debris over that marsh, there's not enough money or time to clean it up. So don't worry about science. They can put it somewhere else and accomplish the same thing that they're wanting to do. But you have to protect your margins. You have to protect that flyway. It's just, the science does not supersede the lives of these birds and the importance of this wetland. I appreciate your time.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
My name's Mike Michaelis, and just to follow up on Dan's comments, when you talk to the game wardens, area managers, Fort Hays, they have opinions. They are told, we're being told that if they give these opinions, they could be fired. Who's it coming from? Who's telling them that?
Not me.
Who do they respond to?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So in our agency, we've got folks that have real expertise when it comes to making evaluations of things like solar farms. That's Chris Barron's and his group. So my guess is those folks, the reason why they're not speaking isn't because anybody in their chain of command says you can't speak, but rather it's their understanding that that's not something they have expertise in. So we defer that to Chris and Ecological Services, who does have a lot of expertise when it comes to that.
Okay, so the area game wardens who people know, and yet say if they say anything, they're in jeopardy. That's just, they're choosing to wait for the science, as the gentleman
Yeah,
said.
I would hope that they would direct those questions to people in the divisions that do that every day.
Okay, thank you.
When this thing started, I found 125,000 acres is a lot of land. And it involves about 30 landowners. It goes all the way to the edge of Great Bend. And this company has 40,000 employees worldwide. They provide about 15% of the total energy in Spain. They've done beautiful projects in Peru and Costa Rica. They're smart, good businessmen. But I think they just honestly did not realize what a wetland was. And I guarantee you, after they get it in, they don't care about any of that. But they hired local attorneys to go out and speak to these landowners and then put everybody under a non-disclosure thing. And what I have heard on at the coffee shop is that they're offering these landowners somewhere between $500 and $700 per acre per month for up to 20 years. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I can't guarantee, that's what I have heard talking to people. I don't have any proof of that, but there has to be a lot of money or this thing would. The people of Kansas, it says the Cheyenne Bottoms is owned by the people of Kansas and managed by your department. Please do your job and don't let them put it in there, please.
All right. Is there any more items from the public? Okay, let's move on to the secretary's remarks. Brad?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad Lovell, Secretary. So as far as agency and fiscal status, Our budget year ends on June 30th, and we begin the state fiscal year 2024 on July 1st. In general, our revenues, just as a general statement, our revenues for most of our funds have returned to pre-COVID levels. So you all have been living through this with us. So you saw a surge for a few years, and we're back to kind of where we were ahead of that time. And so what that means for our department is, and we've just had a big conversation about this a couple of days ago with our leadership, we're going to have to figure out a way to adjust our expectations and our spending down to recognize those changes. So first, starting with our park fee fund, revenue in the fee fund, as most of you know, is derived from entrance and camping fees and the annual vehicle passes to our state parks. Year-to-date revenue through the end of May, not quite the end of the fiscal year, but the end of May, is $9.2 million, and we expect total revenue to be about 11 by the end of our fiscal year. The balance in the park fee fund on March 31st was about $5 million. So revenue is less than the previous 3 years, but above pre-COVID receipts. So we're seeing some growth there still. The cabin net revenue, so that's for parks, and then the public land cabins that they also have is from the rental of those located in both of those areas in our state. Cabin net revenue through May was approximately $860,000. This is a decline from the previous year to date, as we explained. Wildlife fee fund, our big fee fund that a lot of our divisions share, is derived from the sale of hunting and fishing licenses, game permits, tags, et cetera, to hunters and anglers. Wildlife fee fund revenue for the fiscal year through June 16th was $28.5 million. We're projecting total revenue for the fiscal year to approach $30 million. This is a decline of about $5.6 million from fiscal year 2022 and $9 million from 2021. And again, is that return to pre-COVID levels. The boating fee fund is derived from boat registrations. And with this money, we provide boating safety, education, and infrastructure for public access. Fiscal year 2023 receipts through May are $939,000. That's a decline of about 15% from the previous year. The balance as of the end of May was $2.4 million. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any questions for Brad? Hearing none. Dan, do you have some things to add?
Mr. Chair, the legislature obviously is no longer in session, so there hasn't been anything new since the last report that was given. The three primary pieces of legislation out of the last session that impacted the agency were House Bill 2039, which involved disabled veterans, anybody over a 30% disability that's certified by the Kansas Commission on Veterans Affairs is now entitled to a free hunting and fishing license. House Bill 2331, which authorized bringing Lehigh Portland State Park into the state park system. And House Bill 2198, which authorized movement of our law enforcement personnel from the CAPER system into the Kansas Police and Firemen's Retirement System. The only other legislative involvement that is ongoing, even though the legislature is not in session, is with the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations. I think everybody's aware that all of our regulations have to go through that process also. And one of the things that I included today that you've probably seen is this handwritten flow chart. It's taken me years to get to the point where I can get it all on one sheet of paper, and it's pretty involved. But the one thing that I would challenge everybody to do is to take a look, because I would almost guess that even if the people that think that they're pretty familiar with all the stops and the steps and the directions that are involved in the promulgation process will probably see something on there that they weren't aware of, because it's a very involved process. It becomes more involved as time goes on, because it tends to add more levels and layers and review, which are good things. I think the one thing that we can always stand behind in terms of our regulations are the fact that the process by which they are reviewed and approved is very thorough. regulations actually go through a lot more scrutiny than statutes do. So anyway, hopefully that chart helps, and that's all I've got related to the legislature, Mr. Chair.
You want to bring up about the lawsuit?
I can do that. There's a lawsuit that's been filed regarding a triple fatality drowning that took place in 2021 on the Neosho River right outside the city of Burlington. And we received a letter several months ago that was basically indicating an intent to sue, which sometimes happens in that type of litigation. And that letter indicated that they intended to name the agency. And they also said that they intended to name you, the individual commissioners. We received a petition about a week and a half ago that has actually now been filed in district court. They no longer are naming you individually as commissioners. And that's one thing I want you all to know. They've changed their list of plaintiffs. The agency is still being named as a defendant in that liability lawsuit. And we are being represented by a Great Bend law firm that the Attorney General's office has arranged for representation of the agency by. And that's really all I've got to update you on now. I don't anticipate that the agency's got a lot of liability because we don't really have a role in terms of managing that stretch of the river. But it was a tragic accident, and this lawsuit is related to the loss of lives that occurred at that time. So if you have any questions in the future, I will try to answer them, or I can put you in contact with the gentleman that's responsible for the defense of the agency on behalf of the Attorney General's office.
Thank you, Dan.
You bet.
Okay, let's move on to general discussion. Kent? Turkey regulations.
We're on B, right? Can't.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. We are back to our regularly scheduled turkey discussion, which we typically start in June with the general discussion. And so in addition to this afternoon's public hearing, we are moving forward with our next round of discussion regarding turkey regulations for the future. And as you're aware from past meetings as well, in this general discussion, we don't have data yet back from our spring turkey harvest survey yet, which we'll discuss in a little bit. But so this is really just to introduce the topic, get people thinking about the regulations surrounding our turkey seasons, and begin the process for that. So. And just as a brief reminder, I know we discussed this just an hour or so ago, but the changes that were made during the 2022 and 2023 commission process that wrapped up mostly this morning, approved dates for the 2024 spring season, suspended the fall season, beginning with the 2023 season, reduced spring bag limits to where they're now one bird statewide, removed the adjacent unit allowance for Unit 4, reduce the Unit 4 quota to 375 permits, set the non-resident spring quotas by unit, and then this afternoon created the draw process for non-resident permits. And again, in regards to the draw process, we will also be discussing in the amount of fees regulation, the addition of a preference point and application fee and the fees associated with that. And so what I assume will be the primary points of discussion during this next series of discussions with the commission through the end of 2023 is discussion about these actually should be 2025 season dates. I apologize for missing that. And then regulations associated with 115-25-6, which is the spring season bag limits and quotas now. And along those lines too, as a reminder for the commission, we do try to adhere to our adaptive harvest strategy as much as possible. And given the number of changes that we've made to both the spring and fall season and just the general framework of that adaptive harvest strategy, we tend to look at things in terms of enacting a management action regarding especially bag limits and season dates, have a couple years to look at the response to that from the population and harvest and all that stuff, and then make recommendations after that. And so I'll just a reminder that that's kind of set up on make a management change, get 2 to 3 years worth of data and see what the response has been. And so trying to take a stepwise approach to that. Just a reminder and an overview of our spring season structure. The youth and disabled season always begins in our current structure begins April 1st, and they get a full weekend. And then archery begins the Monday after that first full weekend in April. And then the regular season begins the Wednesday after the second full weekend in April. And so just a visual, this is what that looked like this spring in April of 2023. So this is actually one of the earliest dates that the regular season starts, which is of course when the bulk of the harvest happens during our spring season. And so this is one of the, again, the longest number of days that that the season's open, which was 49 days this year. In contrast, what has kind of been approved for next year with no changes to the regulations was that we will now, just the way the calendar works, we will now be moving toward one of the shortest season lengths for the spring season, which is 44 days. And as you can see, that's primarily because that first full weekend, doesn't fall until the 8th. 6th and 7th of April. And so we get much more time associated with just the youth season, and then the 9 days for the archery season, and then the regular season starts. And then what we're looking at going forward, if we do not change this regulation for the spring season dates, this is what things will look like in April of 2025 with a 43-day regular season. And that's just kind of how that looks. And then we did just get data back and analyzed for the spring, from the spring rural mail carrier survey, which is our primary source of abundance data or abundance indices for the state. In front of you is the statewide index with information through spring of 2023. As you can see, we've still got this kind of approximately 16 year decline in our turkey population statewide. And then when you start looking at that across the state from west to east, and as you look at these graphs, because it's not real clear here, but the dark lines are the north portion of the units. So northwest on top, southwest on the bottom. So south is the dashed line. So this is what we see in the western portion of the state. Again, probably as expected with ongoing drought conditions in the west, we expected to see probably some declines associated in that, and our data show that. In the central part of the state, we saw maybe some slight increases, see a somewhat promising trend in the north central, that solid line in the north central part of the state. And what was a little surprising to me on the eastern side of the state was that we did not see any kind of a bump or even stabilization in the northeast unit 3, just from ancillary reports from biologists through the wintertime and hunters this spring. It seemed like we at least had pockets of some pretty good production last year, and just through the wintertime, I was getting reports from biologists of at least stable, if not slightly increasing winter flocks in the Northeast, which is more promising than it has been in quite a few years. And then this spring, as breakup started and hunters got in the field, we tended to hear more comments about just starting to see turkeys, not in huge numbers, but seeing turkeys where they hadn't seen turkeys in 5 or 6 years. And so, again, I attribute still the decline shown by our data that this may be just pretty patchy, and so which has been the case in other years in the Northeast as well. So we'll see how that kind of plays out through the remainder of the year, what our brood survey looks like in July. but overall not too unexpected from, like I say, drought conditions in the west, and then a little more uncertainty on the eastern portion of the state. And then flipping to permit sales. So we do have the permit sales from 2023 summarized, and you can see those in the top right in terms of numbers. And then the long-term trends from both residents and non-residents in the graph on the left side. And as you can see, we I don't know if this is surprising or not to anyone, but we just seem very stable in terms of, in recent years, the resident numbers, but certainly the non-residents as well. Obviously, next year in 2024 with a non-resident quota, we'll see a dip in these numbers. But point being here that the pressure has remained consistent, especially among the non-residents in recent years. And so that's just how things are looking at the moment. And in addition, I try to report this in June too. I reached out to our education folks, and there's been no hunting incidents reported from the spring 23 turkey season, which is always a good thing as well. And so just to wrap up here, and a reminder of kind of the process going forward, as I mentioned, our spring harvest survey ends July 1st. So I get the data July 1st and immediately analyze that data. In mid-July, I chair our turkey committee meeting, and that has representatives from both public lands, private lands, and law enforcement across the state. We'll meet, discuss the new data, talk about any needed regulation changes or recommendations for regulation changes related to, again, primarily bag limits and season dates, but also anything else related to turkey seasons. And then I'll be up here again in the workshop session on August 17th, and we will discuss overall population trends, spring harvest estimates, and any recommendations going forward. And my final comment is just a reminder, again, we mentioned this late last year, but we do have a new statewide turkey research project that we just got contract signed with Kansas State University and the Kansas Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit that we're really excited about. Spending a good chunk of money on research, and a lot of our neighbors are looking at turkey research as well. And so I think in the next 4, 5, 6 years, we're going to see a lot of good results from turkey research, both in Kansas and adjacent states, that is really going to inform how we make decisions moving forward and adjust our harvest strategy and all those things. And so have a lot more answers with more recent and pertinent data that we can provide in informing those decisions. With that, that's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Kent? Thank you.
Thank you.
Come up here,
Yeah.
please.
I thought you were just asking, I'm sorry. I thought you were only asking the commissioners. Tim Netto from Osage County. With the low numbers that we have with turkey on our property, the adjacent lands, nobody in my area allowed hunting this year. Even ourselves, we didn't hunt. With the floods that we got, I'm very concerned about our hatches, what we're going to have. Anybody along a creek, you lost your nesting. But with the numbers being so low, and I'm all in support of the fall season going, we still have a season in the 40 days. Would it maybe make sense to shut off hunting in May? I mean, most of the hunting is in April. Just eliminate those other 31 days. Maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks tops. Just other states, to my knowledge, in our area, they come to Kansas because we have such a long season. So I'm just trying to make a comment of how to maybe increase the number.
Being discussed, and we're not sure it would have that much dramatic effect on the harvest.
Anything will help.
Well, I get it.
So,
Yeah.
thank you.
If I may, just the other thing that we have seen from other states when reductions have been made to season length is that typically we do not see any changes in harvest or hunter effort. It's just more condensed into, rather than a non-resident coming in the second week of May, they They come in the last weekend of April because that's the only time it's open kind of thing. So typically that's what we see.
Okay.
I do have one question for you. Back in around 2008, when you say this started to decline, I killed a bird there in Jefferson County that I turned into Randy Whitaker, one of the biologists back then. It had warts all over its head, which we talked about was maybe avian pox. And he sent it somewhere and they said possibly yes. So in that piece of property there, which had a very robust population, it declined very quickly after that and has never made it back. So what are we still seeing avian pox showing up in these birds across the state and in other states?
Yes is the answer. And avian pox, blackhead disease, there's a number of just like any wildlife species, there are wildlife diseases associated with them. And of course, turkeys, we often keep an especially close eye on because of their close relationship with and the distribution of domestic facilities as well, right? That can potentially transfer. And so that's kind of a long answer. Short answer is yes, we are keeping an eye on that. That'll also be a component of this research. Any dead turkey that we find throughout the year gets turned in, just like you mentioned, that gets turned into biologists, gets sent to be analyzed. And so we do keep an eye on that. And again, there's typically 1 to 2 reports each year statewide, which I think is a pretty low number, but to get to that, where I think it's a low number, we're going to start getting the data to be a little more relevant to what's the actual prevalence and prevalence of these diseases across the landscape.
For my own information, these diseases, are they only in turkeys, or is it all birds affected by this? Or
Typically just turkeys in that case, but the potential for transfer is obviously high. There's been some discussion about things like West Nile, but which can have we've seen, especially like in Pennsylvania, states to the east, where West Nile can have a more an actual population level impact. We have done those same studies on turkeys and not seen the population impact, which is good. Typically, especially like avian pox, blackhead, is more just associated with individuals, and it tends to be mortal, or kill that bird relatively quickly and reduce that potential for larger spread. But again, there's always that potential out there.
okay. Well, thank you.
You bet.
Okay. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm here to talk about 3 regulation changes for boating. And this is going to be kind of a general discussion right now, I guess. Recently, the Coast Guard had notified me of some updates to their regulations. And of course, we do get some of our funding from the Coast Guard, so we will need to update our regulations. During that time, the program coordinator for the Coast Guard retired, so I had to kind of sit around and wait, and they just got a new one hired. So we'll be working with the program coordinator, Mr. Riley, to get the laws updated. I don't foresee them being any major issues or any changes to the boating public, just kind of more of wording and stuff like that. Little background on it. The 3 possible changes. The first one is the life jacket terminology, or PFD terminology, on personal watercraft. The background in 2021, we changed the statute 321129, which is the life jacket and statute. Along with that, we had to update the regulation 11530-3, which basically mirrors the 321129. If you guys remember back, it used to be type 1, 2, 3, 4 for life jackets. We switched them to a number, 50, 70, 100. Didn't change the life jackets, just basically changed the terminology on them. So it really didn't affect anything, but the Coast Guard required us to do that. One of the things that we missed when we did that was we forgot that the personal watercraft statute actually has a specific regulation in there on life jackets, and it still has the old legacy terms, the type 1, 2, or 3. So we just need to adjust that by updating that law, and that's just going to be a matter of taking out some wording. So I'll get something put together, and we'll get that to you guys. The other two statutes they just notified us about in December was the fire extinguisher regulation and the it's called ECOS engine cutoff switch. If you guys are familiar with that, it's typically a switch that you attach to your body when you're in a boat. If you were to fly out, it automatically shuts your boat off. It's kind of like a kill switch on a personal watercraft. The Coast Guard's updated that regulation a little bit. And since we have a regulation on the personal watercraft lanyard switch or the lanyard requirement, they're saying we're going to have to follow their regulation basically word for word. So I think we're pretty close to that. It's just a matter of sitting down with the Coast Guard representative, making sure we got that, and any changes that we need to do that we'll get that done through regulation. So yeah, that we were notified in December of 2022. So we just got it. The Coast Guard's pretty understanding. They understand that it does take a while to get things through the regulation process. So we will start on that, and hopefully by later on this fall, we'll have regulation. Maybe we can show you guys to look at and discuss, I guess. That's pretty much all I got. If you got any questions, I can sure try to answer them.
Any questions for Eric?
Yeah, Commissioner Spore, I noticed other states don't require life jackets to be out of storage. And Kansas says that they have to be out. Is that a Kansas statute or is that a federal deal? Can you explain that?
I believe that's actually a federal regulation. Almost all of our boating regulations mirror federal regulation. And basically they require that to get our funding. I can check on it to make sure and give you a regulation number, but I believe that's a federal regulation that we've adopted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Darren, let's talk about amphibians, reptiles.
Thank you. And it's been a couple of years since I've been up here to present, so I know there's a few new commissioners. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Darren Riddle. I'm the Wildlife Diversity Coordinator out of the Pratt office, working in the Ecological Services section. So what I want to do is I'll try to go through this quickly, provide a little bit of history of kind of how we got to looking at some of the regs regarding amphibians and reptiles in Kansas and why. And just kind of open up for general discussion as we move forward, continuing to look at these regs. So a little something different anyway. So so use a clicker. So this kind of started a few years ago. A few folks within the law enforcement office approached us in ESS, Ecological Services. We sort of formed an ad hoc working group looking at amphibians and reptiles in Kansas as far as regulations and enforcement go. We in ESS also provided outreach to the law enforcement folks on how we manage it and how we can work together. We discussed scientific collecting permits, how that works, helped the LE folks with identification, not just of native amphibians and reptiles, but also non-native amphibians and reptiles. And I'll get to that in a second. And also looking at field herping. Field herping is actually sort of a growing sort of wildlife viewing opportunity. People kind of treat it like birding, life listing, that sort of thing. And Kansas is actually becoming quite the destination state for field herpers in the US and elsewhere. And also discussing the difference between commercialization, illegal commercialization, and take and field herping. So these are some of the initial discussions that we had. A long history. This could go on for a while. I won't do it. It's in the amphibian and reptile trade. I'll just kind of bring in the 90s, it got really big as far as the pet trade in the US goes on who can bring in the coolest new thing for the coolest new pet into the US, who can bring the coolest new thing into the pet trade here. So this was happening in the 90s. So this was happening elsewhere in the US. It was all coming into the United States. But at the same time, there we go. China began opening up its borders to international trade, particularly with other Asian countries. And one big aspect of that trade was turtles and tortoises for the food and pet trade. Within Asia, they're actually seeing describing new species coming into the meat markets as quick as they were pulling them out of the wild. And it wasn't just in Asia. Here we go. This is actually a shipping container full of alligator snapping turtles from North America and an Asian meat market as well. So there was impacts on US populations of turtles here. Looking at this, I'm also a member of the IUCN's Tortoise and Freshwater Turtle Specialist Group, and IUCN is responsible for looking at international trade and wildlife. And so in 2011, IUCN summary of turtles and tortoises worldwide, there's 320 species, 54% are now threatened with extinction, primarily due to this trade.
What was the name of the book that was on the previous?
Oh, yeah,
slide?
there's two. Let me get there. Stolen World and Lizard King. So you go into the early days, to inject some humor in the meeting, the early days of the reptile trade, a little bit of Indiana Jones, and a little bit, if you guys remember the TV series, My Name is Earl. There's a little bit of both of those mixed in there. So if you're interested in the history, I always throw those two books up there, especially when I was working with the law enforcement folks. So, and there's just a handful of players that are responsible for all the stuff you see in pet stores nowadays. Which is also why I've kind of worked with some of our folks on identifying a lot of non-native stuff too, because you never know what you're going to see anymore. So this is an early part of my life. Working in Oklahoma, at one point, Oklahoma allowed commercial harvest of turtles. During my tenure there, they exported close to 800,000 aquatic turtles out of Oklahoma, and we began to see impacts on some of the streams. And later around, it would have been 08, 09, I think Oklahoma actually issued a moratorium on harvest of commercial turtle harvest in public waters. And a lot of states have since followed suit. And I'm kind of, throwing this on here, and that, this is a nationwide thing. A lot of other states really are starting to look at this now too. It'd be kind of tough to read, but some of the turtle activity has continued. These are some recent law enforcement cases involving North American turtles. So 19, I believe this is the Oklahoma case. A guy was arrested. He had shipped about 1,200 box turtles to China for the pet trade. So that's a local, and each one of these cases involves box turtles and a few other species that don't occur here, wood turtles, spotted turtles, that sort of thing. And around this same time period, there's a federal case in like the Johnson, Wyandotte County area, where two gentlemen were arrested. They'd shipped roughly 800 box turtles out of Northeast Kansas to China for the pet trade. And these were primarily three-toed box turtles, which is the species that occurs in Eastern Kansas. And according to the federal officer I was talking to, they were actually grading these. When they get to China, they grade them based on the coloration of the head because they're very variable. And the endpoint price on these in the Chinese pet markets is about $1,000 to $5,000 a pair US based on the coloration on the head. So there is a pretty big demand. And what they're doing, and this will be important as I discuss the reg changes we're proposing, is they're shipping them out in boxes of 10. So there's two guys. Current possession limit in Kansas is 5. You can have up to 5 of any species of amphibian and reptile. So had they been stopped, they were never over limit. The two guys would collect their 5 box turtles piece, put them in a box, ship them out, go out and start over again. Okay, so all these things are going on. Recognizing some of the issues, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies began developing model state statutes regarding amphibians and reptiles. It's a group of taxes that historically we've never really been looked at, but because of the increasing commercial trade worldwide, it's like, well, we should start to consider these things. A lot of individual state agencies are reviewing and rewriting their regs. And also, as I mentioned, revisiting commercialization laws. They are You know, a lot of states have shut down commercial turtle harvest for aquatic turtles and other things. CITES just recently uplisted all US turtles, depending on where they fell out within the appendices on CITES. And what's interesting is all the horned lizards are now listed under CITES as well. That is the new pet du jour in Europe and Asia, or horned lizards. And so the numbers being exported out of the country is increasing. So in response to some of this, some concerned citizens in Kansas introduced this bill in 2022, House Bill 2479, which would basically make it illegal to touch, pick up, or keep ornate box turtles in Kansas. In response to all this, this was sort of done outside of our sphere of influence. And if I misremember, Brad, I think you discussed this with them before it went to the floor and let them know we were working on this, because why we are concerned about it, this was a little strict. Number one, it's a little stricter than what we were wanting. And number two, it only covers one species instead of the multiple species that could be impacted. So that's one of the things that we wanted to do, was look at possession limits, because we kind of understand, myself and probably a lot of you got interested in wildlife as a kid because you kept a turtle or a snake or a lizard or something one summer. You found it in your yard, and we do not want to discourage that at all. So, and I mentioned it was just one species with the ornate box turtle, because there has been a shift. As I mentioned early on in the pet trade, the big thing is, what's the new thing we can get into the US? A lot of the other countries in response to that basically said, okay, we need to protect our native amphibians and reptiles. So you can no longer keep native amphibians and reptiles. You can only keep exotic amphibians and reptiles. So there's been a shift. A lot, instead of stuff coming into the US, a lot of US stuff is going out of the US to supply pet markets elsewhere. I kind of have some connections and interest in South Africa. I just put a couple examples up here. Evidently, what's interesting is two of the most popular species in the South African pet trade are copperheads and timber rattlesnakes. And this is an escaped pet copperhead that somebody found in their garden outside Johannesburg, Western rat snake. And then just like here with Burmese pythons in Florida, we have North American king snakes taking over the Canary Islands off the west coast of Africa. So seeing similar situations elsewhere as North American species leave the country. And we do not know what level this is taking place in Kansas. It's not something we've really looked at or been able to track, but we do know that there are Kansas locale species out there being bred and sold, so which is illegal to commercialize our native species. So to wrap up, I mentioned that our current regulations allow for 5 of any one species of amphibian, reptile, and the mussels up there. We're not gonna worry about mussels right now. We're focusing on amphibians and reptiles, but the mussels got stuck in the original wording of KR 115-22-2. And so what we did, as I mentioned, is we worked together. We not only worked with us internally, we threw some ideas out. We had a working meeting with Kansas Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Council, which is a lot of the NGOs and Farm Bureau and other groups that are interested in non-game issues in the state, as well as the Kansas Herpetological Society, which is a statewide NGO that is interested in amphibian and reptile conservation, and bounced around different ideas to approach this, a way to decrease the number of individuals being taken out of the wild for pets or whatever, but also make it easier for our law enforcement people, if they're making a stop, to determine whether their things are being collected for commercialization or not. As I mentioned with the box turtles, these guys go out and collect their tin, box them up and sell them. And with what we're proposing, we're going to reduce the number that they could have taken. So initially, and so basically what this boils down to is the changes we're going to make would be, possession limit would be no more than 5 amphibians of any combination, And then no more than 5 live reptiles and no more than 2 individuals of any species of reptile per person or domicile. So these are the main changes we're proposing and throwing out there for discussion. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
And the Herp Society was okay, seemed to support this?
Yeah, I presented it. They had their annual meeting in November, presented it there, and I was looking to get beat up, but surprisingly got 0 questions. So, because again, the Herp Society, most people are like, I would consider field herpers who are not collectors. They like to go out and see stuff and count stuff, but they're not taking anything home. And so this won't affect them at all. And most researchers and teachers, we have a scientific collecting permit process, so we can still collect stuff for research and for education, and go above and beyond this if necessary. So
To me, I don't think it goes far enough.
so we got, when we presented it, we got everything from 0 to, everything. So, and some states have tried to go to 0 and have received a lot of public backlash. And so we're just trying to find that happy medium there for sure.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Darren.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But it,
I think we had one more week that- we still made it, but I didn't want to wait, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Interesting.
Brian,
Hey, Jay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. This is going to be changes to the reference document that's tied to 115-25-14. There's a number of changes here, but the biggest ones are maybe the more contentious ones are changes to our Blue Cat regulations at Clinton, Glen Elder, John Redmond, Melbourne, El Dorado, Elk City, and Milford. So most of these, and with exception to El Dorado and Milford, have been operating under a 5 per day, 35-inch minimum length limit. So they were first stocked, most of them in the mid to late 2000s. And it's just taken a long time to develop those populations and get a lot of natural reproduction. So, and typically that'll take 15 to 30 years in a lot of different populations, especially ones close to Kansas like Oklahoma. So now it's time. A lot of those populations have a higher abundance of larger smaller individuals that are exhibiting some slower growth. So now it's time to kind of encourage the harvest of more individuals below a certain length. And we're going with 10 per day and 1/30 inches. So that protects those larger fish, gives us a trophy opportunity. Those larger fish, as we're figuring out, are actually a little bit easier to catch, even though they're a smaller portion of the population. And so we want to protect those for the future. They will live, 30 plus, 25, 30 plus years. So we want to protect those, but we want to encourage the harvest. So we're doing that through the regulations, but we're also trying to actually encourage the public to harvest those fish any chance they get. And I think we did harvest some last night at our fishing event. I know Brad did, so that's good. But the ones that were a little different were El Dorado. They're still going to that 10 per day, 1/30, but that one was operating under a slot limit. I believe it was 25 to 35 with 2 or 3, I think, 2. And Milford was 25 to 40, 2 a day, 1/40. Is that right, John? Oh, 5 a day with 1/40, correct. So those are all going to that same 10 a day, 1/30 for the same reason. Some of them are a little different on that scale of population development and stunning, but they're ultimately leading, the data is showing us they're going to the same place. So we want to get ahead of it. Some of the other changes on there, we covered in the general discussion. If you want me to go over them again, I will. Nope. Okay. The other change at the bottom you see here is removing a few locations from the list of legal paddlefish snagging locations. As I mentioned at the general discussion back in April, those made it into the regulations, but were never actually approved by the commission. So we're just cleaning up that issue and removing those paddlefish snagging locations from the reference document tied to 115-25-14. That's all I have.
any questions? Well, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Chris.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. I'm just going to talk about a few aquatic invasive species regulation changes. The first one kind of being that we are moving towards using that aquatic invasive species verbiage rather than aquatic nuisance species. The ANS or nuisance species is kind of a term that's fallen out of favor in that aquatic invasive species is easier for the general public to understand, and most states have made that change. So specifically, this is kind of halfway down the page here. To move from that nuisance to invasive species verbiage would require some changes within KAR 115.7-3, 115.7-2, 115.7-9, and 115.710. And in all cases, it's just a replacement of the word nuisance with invasive.
Okay, we wouldn't want to be politically incorrect talking about silver carp. So any questions on this? We've had this brought up before.
Yeah, we discussed it in April.
Yeah. You have anything more?
Yeah, I'll go through the other couple items here. I know it's out of order, but it's hard to talk about AIS without first explaining why we're using AIS. We'd also like to move forward with an AIS affirmation for folks operating a boat registered in Kansas within Kansas waters. We know that boats are a high risk vector for moving aquatic invasive species. This would just be something that we could add within the licensing process that would just have those boaters have to read a short little statement. It's modeled after something that's been done in some other states, including Minnesota, just so we get that awareness information out there about how critical it is for them to clean their boats to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species. One other change we would like for KAR 115.17.3. This is a regulation for our bait shops, our commercial fish bait permit holders. We would like to require them to successfully complete the AIS certification course that already exists on our website. It's a 5 to 10 minute course that again explains the risks and how to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species. The course is already designed to kind of hold your information and print a certificate at the end. So we are just like it that the commercial bait shop operators submit that with their other paperwork. There are about 200 permitted bait shops in the state that would be impacted by that.
Okay, yeah.
Is there any cost on that or just completion of it?
Just completion of it. It's used by a couple of our lakes in the state, require you to print it and put it on your dash when you launch a boat. So we're just adapting this to another area where we feel like it would provide a lot of value.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
The last one I have is a change to our AIS designated waters. We would like to add 2 locations. First off, I'd like to say neither of these are new locations. They're just kind of, one is an oversight where we forgot to add Riley County to the Kansas River for zebra mussels and potentially white perch. The other is Willow Lake, which is below the dam at Tuttle Creek. It's kind of sort of now attached to the river pond down there. So we know the lake and the river pond have zebra mussels, and as that kind of connection between the river pond and Willow Lake becomes more substantial, we'd like to include Willow Lake as an AIS designated water as well.
Now, how do we list a part of a free flowing river with no dams in between? We list the upper part of the Kansas River and not the lower part.
No, this is so everything essentially downstream from those reservoirs with zebra mussels get listed because we know those zebra mussels are flowing downstream.
So is the whole Kansas River considered AIS?
Correct.
Okay, I misread that.
Yeah, we just missed one county when we listed those counties on that reg. And then depending on where you're at in the river, the lowest part of the river also has silver and bighead carp. So it's listed for multiple species in the lowest part of the Kansas River.
Do we know how they got there?
The carp, they were brought into the state of Arkansas in the early 70s.
I know how they got there, but for a long time, it was a belief that the Bower Sock Dam in Lawrence would keep them from coming up.
It mostly has. So they're abundant below that dam. We only have 6 records above the Bower Sock Dam for bighead carp. So I guess when I say lower Kansas River, I'm talking downstream of the Bowersock Dam. And we've got a couple guys down there working on taking a bunch more of those carp out. So
Are there any other questions? Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Levi, you're up. You stay up for a while.
Well, that's normal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, Levi Jaster, Emporia, Kansas. The first thing I've got up is 115-411, which has to do with our big game and turkey permit applications. And this is just to clean up some language in the regarding pronghorn antelope permits and preference points. And basically what happened is we made some changes before, some old language was left in that was supposed to be marked for removal. We've seen this several times now. It probably could have gone into the pending regulations, but I think we're also about ready to turn this over to be submitted soon if you're all okay with it and ready to take it as is. And so that's what I've got for 115-411.
And we discussed that before. Are there any questions for Levi on KAR 115-411? Well, hearing none, let's move on.
All right, the next one is 115-25-9, which is our statewide deer seasons. This is here in front of you just to notify you that there were some after being submitted to the Department of Administration, and there was a slight change. Mostly it was just that because we were trying to make these durable and not list specific dates, in many cases we like for the archery season, we instead of beginning on a set date of whatever this year, it begins on the second Monday following the first Saturday. Get you some tongue twisters. But what we had put in originally was that then it ran to December 31st, and they didn't like that we would put the second Monday following the first Saturday and then had a actual day listed. And so they basically said we needed to change that to the last day of the calendar year. And then we do have some specific days, but those had to be justified as why we needed those days. And so that was their hang up in how regulations are supposed to be written according to their guidebooks. We don't want to change this because it's already gone through that approval. And we've now posted it for review that way. And so hopefully we should be voting on this at the next meeting. But just want to make sure you are aware that those minor changes in language had occurred through that review process.
Okay. Any questions so far on this? All right.
All right, the next one I have is 115-25-9A. And this is just to let you know that this has also made it through the process so that we should be ready to vote on it in August too at our next meeting. So and that'll get the military subunit season set. And this is one that we are looking at ways going forward that we can maybe adjust this so we're not having to go through this whole process every year. But these are a little different because they are specific to the properties and what the managers there are needing to see to make sure that we can hold a good season while, conforming to whatever the military missions are needing to. So with that, if there's any questions about 25-9A.
All right, if not.
All right, if not, then the next thing I have is the chronic wasting disease carcass movement. stuff, which I should have a presentation. Jason will pull up.
I just wanted to let everybody know there is some soda in the back of the room that wasn't out at break, but if you'd like a soda, there's some in the background.
So, all right, to make this pretty quick and painless, because we haven't changed much from where we were last time. And it was work on this was paused somewhat to give the do justice for the meeting this morning with all the baiting information we needed to review. It's just that for bringing wild cervid carcasses into Kansas, it's the same thing we've been seeing the last few meetings, except that we did remove the require the listing for a taxidermist to use a dumpster on that. It was, as the commission pointed out, that's it would be hard for anybody to actually prove or find out in some cases. And so that's what's so far proposed. Although we're still working through this whole process. And then interstate carcass movement, just a quick look again, we did have some previous or take a previous look at this, and we did change some proof of sex regulations, but we didn't do anything as far as actual carcass movement. Review, mostly we're just kind of following along what other states have done. And again, this hasn't really changed since we last looked at it. We're trying to get it down to where there's, we're limiting the worst parts to being moved around, but still provide the most flexibility for folks to, hunt wherever without having too onerous restriction. Again, it's a process of trying to find, what movement around a unit minimizes risk, but then also minimizes conflict. We're not dividing large cities in half type stuff. So you can kind of see some of those edges, how that trying to work through. And it's basically the same language. We've kind of, so far we've talked about the 30 miles. We're still kind of reviewing that, see where if that really is correct. It's a process, try to get through, all around all the units and different things. And then also, as of now, the way we're considering the language, we pulled that waste disposal from dumpsters or landfill out of that for taking it to a taxidermist. And likely most of the taxidermists, because of the volume, have to do that anyways. And with that, that's what I've got for the chronic wasting disease, since we've seen it a few times and are still working on it, but hadn't had a lot of.
Any questions
so
for Levi? Any questions from the public?
All right, pretty quick and painless for deer stuff.
You done good.
Thank you.
We'll see what mischief awaits us now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Yeah, so I'll be talking about the fur bearer regulations, and which for today's purposes consists of two topics: the night vision coyote season as well as the raccoon harvest season. I've covered these both extensively at the last meeting with a PowerPoint presentation that addressed a lot of the issues and the things that the department took into consideration. And I mentioned that not so much for the commission, but for any members of the public who may be joining into this discussion now that new to the topic, I guess. But anyway, so I went into some detail about our decision-making process at that last meeting, and it would be available online. We did not make recommendations from the department at that time at that meeting. And so today I am going to go ahead and move forward with department recommendations, starting with the night vision coyote season. We've heard from and are aware of that the users, the night vision hunters themselves would like a lot more ability to hunt longer seasons, more species, different ways with vehicles. So we've heard those comments. We also have heard opposition to the night vision season, and some issues have perhaps arisen during the time that it has been available. And so the department's recommendation at this time is to keep the seasons where they are, keep the 3-month season, to do away with the permit. And so the hunters would no longer have to get a permit. It would just be absorbed into the regular coyote hunting season. And we would continue to monitor coyote harvest through the small game harvest survey, which is how it is. Coyote hunting harvest has traditionally been monitored. So that would be our recommendation with the coyote night vision season. On the raccoon harvest season, changes in harvest and landscape level changes in the state and really throughout the Midwest have resulted in long-term increases in raccoon abundance. And there is evidence, again, I went over a lot of this at the last meeting, but there's evidence that raccoon populations are affecting other species like gray fox through their perpetuation of canine distemper. And then, of course, there's all types of speculation about the impact raccoons might be having on ground nesting birds. And although a lot of this is unproven, it is also not, it hasn't been disproven. So their role is unknown. It hasn't been disproven either. And so Kent mentioned the turkey study that we'll be doing, that the department will be involved in going forward. Maybe some clarity will come at that point. But anyway, there are some known issues with their abundance or overabundance that lead us to make the recommendation that we go to year-round open season for them for hunting and trapping, with some limitations on the trap types that would be used. Given the overlap in harvest techniques and also the high abundance of opossums on the landscape and their potential similar roles in nest predation, we would recommend that they be included in the year-round open season recommendation. And I'll say that we're aware that some traditional fur harvesters will be opposed to this. I think a lot of us in the department are generally, of that mentality. But as we've gotten into this issue and looked into it further, surveys of Kansas fur harvesters, only 12% of them opposed the establishment of a non-fur type season, which was really a powerful piece of information for us when we say, really, who are we protecting this species for, when we know that they're causing, that there are some problems that they're responsible for on the landscape. And so we've kind of decided to make the recommendation to allow some additional harvest for those who are inclined to do so. So with that, that's all I've got on those two subjects, and I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, I agree with your recommendations and my perspective. And I think that if the fur harvest or the fur bearer market comes back, we might want to review that. Or if the overabundance, almost problematic overabundance, takes care of itself, probably through a disease, then we might want to go back and rechange that. The other commissioners have questions?
I got a question. Refresh my memory. What's the reasoning behind eliminating the permit? And then what kind of information do we lose by not having a permit requirement?
Well, I conducted 3 post-season harvest surveys of them where we estimated the rate of harvest, what equipment they were using, how many days they were active. So we would lose that information specific to them, but that information is still obtained through the small game harvest survey, but it would not have the detail to the night hunting specifically. So for example, the small game survey asked them how many days they hunted for coyotes. It would not determine how many days they used traditional methods versus night hunting. We would also, of course, lose the night vision specific harvest, but we would still have the total statewide coyote we would still be able to get that through the small game survey.
But the more specific data, why wouldn't we want that?
It's just, I mean, it's a burden on people to buy, even though it's a free permit. If we can get the information we need from the basic survey, we don't need to impose that on every user. I mean, we always like, and this is an interesting dilemma for biologists, because we would always like to know every bit of information off of every person, kind of like Kenny was saying earlier. We could impose a requirement for everybody who harvests something to report it to us, and then we would theoretically know everything. But the truth is, you don't know everything in that case, because not everybody either responds or tells you the truth. And so I think what I'm saying is that what we would get from the small game harvest survey would tell us the estimated coyote harvest, which is the main thing we would need to know.
I think also that the night hunting of coyotes, even though we did it late, is kind of baked into coyote harvest now. It's just part of the way we do it. It's the part of the way other states do it. And well, it'd be good to have the information. I sort of don't like free permits that cost $3 particularly either, if we don't have to impose that on the people.
Does that permit afford law enforcement any benefit when they're looking at some of the issues that we've had raised as concerns around the night hunting?
Greg's shaking his head no back there.
Okay.
I guess Commissioner Spore, one of the original reasons to not open thermal hunting up in November was law enforcement didn't feel like that they would be able to task that. And I guess the other thing that you brought up is if we were going to extend the season, we'd like to do it, in the spring. And from the people that I've heard from, nobody wants to hunt in the spring for lots of reasons, shorter day hours, other things to do. I would like in the future and the people that I'm talking to would like to see us, start in November and go to March rather than go from March to April, May.
Will you now be able to harvest raccoons with night vision?
No, there was no recommended expansion of species.
Okay.
That's just my thoughts.
Greg Kaiser, Director of Law Enforcement. As far as the question on these night vision permits, I've not been briefed as far as any issues that we've encountered with people not having the permits. We ran some enforcement selectives during that hunting period, and I never did hear of any huge issues that we were finding. I mean, obviously there are perceptions that maybe people are taking other game other than coyotes. Do we have any proof of that? No. But I believe the permit is more for biological data collection than what we would use it for.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
I just can't help but think that information's not important information to have, and judging from the enthusiasm of the first year, I don't think requiring the permit diminished any of the enthusiasm of the night hunters. And particularly early in the process, it just seems like the more data we have about who's hunting, when they're hunting, how they're hunting, is going to be pretty important data that we want to have available to us. And if I understand doing the surveys, but that's not nearly as accurate. And I also understand that everybody gets a permit, may not hunt at night, but at least we know how many permits are out there and what the potential is. So I don't, unless it's just a major headache to the department to issue these permits, I don't see that it's a major inconvenience to the people that want to hunt. They're enthusiastic hunters. So I'm just a question, I guess, or an opinion.
Any other questions, comments? Any from the public? Yes, sir.
Matt, recently there's been a turkey study released, State Tour South Oklahoma, showing a strong correlation between nest success and predation through raccoons and possums. So please take that into consideration moving forward. He had mentioned traditional fur harvesting, opposing an extended season. Unfortunately, traditional fur harvesting relied on exportation. Well, with the establishment of the BRICS nations, it looks like that exportation isn't probably going to continue for a very long time. So some of those traditional values will probably change. And I'm just trying to encourage, as mentioned, the extension of that night vision thermal season to include raccoons and possums through that same period of time, which I'd heard mentioned was the time period which whitetails and deer and other ungulates want to have their headgear. Thank you.
Matt, if this is voted through by the commission, when will this be effective, starting today, tomorrow, whatever?
I'd have to defer to Dan on how long this is going to take.
Yeah, we don't have a regulation in
it's-
the process. So
it's-
this is just discussion at this.
It probably won't affect this fall. as
No,
far. I
most
just don't see
likely.
how we can get it through the state system.
Okay,
I mean, I wish we could pass something and it becomes law the next day, but that's not the way this works.
well, I wasn't clear on that. So and then secondly, if and when this does come about, will it be on public land as well as private, or what's gonna be?
The proposal right now is that it would just be open. So it's just an extension of the existing season on the raccoon and possum.
So it would include public?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We keep jumping around with your regulations. So when are we going to go back to allowing us to hunt coyotes with airplanes? That got thrown out a long time ago, didn't it?
To be honest, I don't know if it's thrown out today.
Oh, it's illegal.
All right.
Controversial.
Anything go to the mic?
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, we used to not allow, we used to close our coyote season down during rifle season. We did for deer. And it stopped a lot of poaching, a lot of nighttime shooting and poaching. Just curiosity, a gentleman here said with headgear, he's right. With having those licenses go from November all the way through, I don't have any opposition against it for people that are legally hunting coyotes, bobcats, whatever's legal. But it's an excuse to carry a gun with thermal a lot of times at night. And I'm sure law enforcement, more than one deer they've found has been cold and stiff when they've had illegally taken. Shot at night, left leg. I would love, which it's whatever you all decide, but I'd love to see that we did have that closed during the antlered rifle season, you know. Not for regulations at all, any more than we have to, but that is a definite concern. It gives, even for law enforcement, it's a problem. I'm coyote hunting, you know, that creates a real issue for them. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Well, this will come back and you continue to reflect among your group as to whether or not do we want to continue to have the night hunting permit. I don't think it makes any difference either way, but I think there's some people on the commission that feels like it's not harmful and it's a small price to pay. So you think about that and this will come back with your recommendation.
Will do. I will say that if there's a perception that the season might be changed substantially as a result of the data that's been collected, I sort of was of the impression that, you know, that the coyote harvest is going to be acceptable. And in fact, it's desirable for harvest to be increased. And therefore, there's more social issues involved in these decisions probably than biological. But yes, we'll definitely take this into, have some further discussions about that topic.
Okay, any other questions?
So this is the second workshop for this, or the third?
This is the first where we actually made a recommendation.
Okay,
So
so we've got
At least another workshop and a public hearing.
So we're at least 2 commission meetings away. August would be the second workshop. September would be a regulation and a vote.
If it gets through the gauntlet on the last page that Dan presented. Sometimes before, you'll notice that we've got some stuff that just couldn't get through. Item number 10 is all these things that have been workshopped that we just can't get it through. I hope you're right that in September we can vote, but I don't know.
Would be the fastest.
Huh?
The fastest would be.
That would be the fastest.
Once we've voted. Yeah, I'm not even gonna start off. Thanks. Can't.
Okay, Ryan.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Ryan Stuckey, Public Lands Assistant Director. And I have 2 proposals today. The first one is going to be on the department's Public Lands Division Special Use Restrictions. And those are in our reference document. And the second one I'll be proposing today is a new regulation that involves non-resident waterfowl access. So the first one, I'm going to go through, we've went over some of this. I think we're up to 10 times in a workshop. Now, the reason being we're still talking about some of this is we did table the changes to the reference document a couple commissions ago. And that was because of one part in there where we asked for a statewide check-in, check-out. And Dustin Mangarelli is our go-to coordinator with our electronic check-in. And he felt that it wasn't, the system wasn't ready at the time. So in recent talks with him, and he's been working with our new licensed vendor and check-in, check-out vendor, Brandt, and they think it's ready to start moving forward with that. So I also want to go through these because I don't believe that in the public's copies of the reference document that the added wording to these have been highlighted. And I don't believe in your reference book, it also has been highlighted. So I'll just kind of move down through these and just explain which of the wording has been added. So on the first one, under access restrictions, you'll see that the following properties have been specified, and specified was what we added to that. And then you can see the strike through. Moving down to region 3, there was a strike through on the Osha Wildlife Area, no access. There was some other properties that wanted to be added to that restriction. So there was some new wording added It's no access into the wetlands before 5 AM and must exit the wetland within 1 hour after sunset. Neosho was already in that, but we wanted to add McPherson Valley Wetlands, Slate Creek Wetlands, and Byron Walker Wildlife Area. So those are the 3 added to there. We move down to the next section, section 6, under boating restrictions and no motorized boats. It says Cheyenne Bottoms Wildlife Area and Jamestown Wildlife Area. Jamestown Wildlife Area was the one added to that restriction. We move down to Region 2, right below that. At the very bottom, it says Perry Wildlife Area motorized watercraft permitted in wetlands only during waterfowl seasons. That is new. If we go to below the Region 3 subsection, there was where we want to add a new subsection where it says no vessels allowed. And the Cheyenne Bottoms Wildlife Area vessels permitted only during waterfowl season would be an additional restriction.
Hey, Ryan.
Yes.
Stuart Shrug, Assistant Secretary. I just want to back up just one section to the access restriction under the no access into a wetland before 5 AM and must exit. I think you got it in everybody's briefing book, but you didn't mention Perry Wildlife Area wetlands should be on that list as well. I just want to make sure that that's noted.
Yeah.
So, just want to make sure that's for the record.
Okay, so then moving to the refuge under subsection 12. If you go down to Region 3, we wanted to add 2 areas for refuge areas, and that was the Perkins East and the Bogner Center tracks. That is part of what has been proposed many times, and we've covered a lot of that before. And then under the daily hunt permits, we've added all department managed lands and waters, wildlife areas and state fishing lakes, excluding Maxwell Wildlife Refuge, Big Basin Prairie Reserve, and all state parks and IWEHA properties, because IWEHA are already in the check-in system. Moving on to section 16 under daily use permits. And the 2 properties of Buck Creek and No Wildlife Area were already in the system, but we changed some of the wording to read electronic use permits are required on the department licensing system for all activities. So they were already in it, but we just wanted to clean up the ice sportsman and make sure it's for all activities. And with that, be open for any questions.
Any other questions?
Is the state licensing, is it up for this now? Are they up to speed? Are they capable of this check in and check out statewide?
That they're ready to import that information, and it will take a while. So this wouldn't go into full effect for a little while now, but it's once we get it in there, there is some education that goes with that. So that's where we try to let folks that are out there know that there is and signage and some of that comes into play. So, and that'll be also in our regulation summaries on our internet. So
I guess that all comes together with non-residents and public lands and check in and check out. It's all important stuff.
Yeah, sure is.
Mr. Chair, I might comment, Brad Lovell, Secretary, this will take a little bit to implement. A couple of points I might make. One, our officers are really good about, when they approach people who either weren't aware or had trouble signing in for one reason or the other. They're really good about coaching them through that. And so I think they have a great attitude and are very customer friendly when it comes to doing this. It's another issue when a person is a habitual offender. When it comes to this regulation, they approach that very differently. The other thing I'd mention is I think this will be particularly valuable in the future because we have a lot of people besides just anglers and hunters who use our public areas. And I think this has potential for us understanding other users and their needs and their desires when they come out to use our ground. And then, and an issue we talk about a lot is relevancy. Do people understand the way we serve them and that we have a desire to serve them more, wildlife watchers and hikers and all the other folks we have out there. And we think this will help us do a lot better job of understanding who's using it, what their needs are, and how we can better address those. So it has a real upside in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd appreciate the Secretary's comments. I'd like to kind of add on to that too. And I know why you were asking that question, Commissioner Spore. So when we talked about the 3-day non-resident restriction, which Ryan is getting ready to discuss, having these properties all in the check-in, check-out system is going to help facilitate that regulation if passed. So that's an important part of that restriction, is this implementation of the statewide check-in, check-out system. And as the Secretary says, public lands officers are really good at having an educational period when we go to something new like this on new properties. As part of our enforcement efforts, our staff are equipped with the apps and laptop computers that they can assist the public in checking in and checking out. And law enforcement division has been helping us with that endeavor with selectives the last couple of opening seasons at bottoms and different properties too. So we'll continue to carry out those type of operations from a law enforcement standpoint, both in public lands and law enforcement divisions, to help implement this new check-in, check-out statewide. Yes, Commissioner Sill.
So do you have to have a KDWP number to get the KS Outdoors app that you do your check-in and check-out on?
Well, you have to have the app, and then you have to set up an account.
And do you have to have a KDWP number though?
Not to necessarily download the app, but to check in, check out, you have to have an account.
And okay, now account or number, because here's my question is, for non-hunters and anglers, can they do check in and check out if they don't have the number?
It'll create them a number.
Okay, so you don't have to have a license to have
Correct.
a number.
Correct.
That's
You
my
don't-
question. I didn't ask
Yeah,
it very good. I'm
Unlike the
sorry.
old system, unlike the original system back in the day, where the only way you could get a number is to buy a license. Now you can sign up and create an account without buying a license.
Okay, so there may be, like, for birders, there may be a little educational piece to teach them to get the app.
I would just want to clarify, for right now,
That's true.
we're asking this for the activity of hunting only.
Right.
So we're not to the point where we're asking anglers and birders and all that to check into these properties. As this regulation states, it's just for hunting on, the activity of hunting only.
Right, that's the future.
This says all activities.
For no and
For no and buck.
Hunting only.
So if you go to
Yeah.
section 15, daily hunt permits, the last sentence of that opening paragraph, this requirement would be for hunting activity only.
But what about the daily use permits?
They're both daily use permits. It's electronic check-in for both. The difference between subsection 16 is it on those two properties, check-in, check-out is required for all activities. Birding,
Okay.
whatever, just those two properties.
Okay.
Section 15 covers all statewide wildlife management areas for hunting only. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. And my main question was whether people could get there without having to have the license for the check-in, check-out, which that was my initial question.
And we've discussed that internally. I mean, we see some benefits in the future of expanding the activities required for check-in, check-out, for fishing, creel survey type things. We just don't want to dive off into the deep end before we know how to swim, I guess. And we may get there, but for now, it's just hunting activity only.
Thanks.
Okay, you want to go to the next one?
Sure. Next proposal is a new regulation, KAR 115-826. And last commission meeting was the first time we put this into workshop. Assistant Secretary Stuart Schrog was the one that proposed it. But I'd like to read it in detail and then I can expand upon them. That way, if there's some of those that are listening, don't have the information in front of them, they get all the information. I don't skip over it. So information and data collected from staff since 2021 Kansas waterfowl season is showing that non-residents are spending more consecutive days on public waterfowl properties, hunting in larger groups, and spending more time per day on these specific properties pursuing waterfowl. This has changed waterfowl behavior to a point there is growing concern that ducks specifically are not able to utilize our public wetlands sufficiently to meet their dietary, energy, and resting needs because of the human pressure that has increased intensively. Resident waterfowl hunters are also reporting an increasing volume that this change in non-resident waterfowl hunting culture has decreased their opportunities on our department lands and waters. And staff from Public Lands and Wildlife Division have been meeting regularly and discussing these growing issues over the past few hunting seasons. Several potential recommendations have been vetted and continue to be discussed, but the department believes the following recommendation has the greatest potential to address a non-resident pressure issue. And I think when Stuart was talking about the last time, he talked some on overcrowding and said that it's more of a pressure than overcrowding. But we do have certain properties where overcrowding is an issue. But in general, though, it's more of the pressure on the resource. So the recommendation is that non-resident waterfowl hunting on Kansas Department of Wildlife Parks Department lands and waters shall be restricted to Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays throughout the duration of the established Kansas waterfowl seasons, including September teal season. There was a question of whether it did follow into the spring snow goose conservation order. And the 3-day restrictions are for the regular duck and goose seasons, but not to include the spring snow goose conservation order, which starts in February and ends at the end of April. So non-residents would not be allowed to hunt waterfowl on department lands and waters Wednesday through Saturday. And this would include Weehaw and iWeehaw properties. So one of the things that we looked at is if we implemented this on our state-owned properties, how would that affect some of our other properties that we manage, like our federal properties? And so we're in talks with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Bureau of Reclamation, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And they all were favorable and supported this, but the one question they had was on the wording. And so they wanted to see some final wording before they gave us an answer of yes or no, but they do really support it. They just want to see this workshopped a few more times and just see how the wording would change. And one of the things they asked about was the boating. And the boating, we're not really that interested in restricting boating on the reservoirs, but more so on maybe some of our state-owned properties in the marshes and stuff like that. So it wasn't necessarily on the reservoir water that we were focusing on when we start talking about boating.
And Ryan, too, just to add to that too, what he's referring to is vessel use by non-residents on those days where they shouldn't be hunting, the Wednesday through Saturday, and restricting that activity. So we're looking specifically at our wetland pools that allow boating. Do we need to implement some specific non-resident restrictions for vessel use on those specific wetlands?
So when we're talking about non-residents, there's a few of our non-residents that actually qualify for residency, and those are our active military, the non-resident lifetime license holder, and the non-resident college students. And that also follows suit with other privileges they are welcome to. The department believes this proposed recommendation will have the least negative economic impact over other options. Non-residents still will be allowed to hunt waterfowl 7 days a week. They can do so 4 days on private and 3 days on public land. And if you're looking at 3 out of 7 days, that's 43%. We're not looking to not allow residents. We're just looking at access restriction. And when you start looking at the different zones, that they can hunt in, which open and close at different times. When you look in total, they actually have an opportunity to hunt 50% of those open days. So close to 50%. And then, as Stuart mentioned, we were talking, we're still discussing the regulations and the language that would restrict non-resident vessel use on specific lands and waters. And there also has been, since the last commission meeting in this proposal, we've had some public input, either through emails or phone calls, and they've been positive and some are not in favor of it. The ones that are positive are usually the residents, and the ones that are not so positive are the non-residents. Jason Deal was asked to provide information in podcasts, and he's done so. And he's also met with some other organizations for interviews. And it sounds like those have went very well. And I know he's gotten some feedback from others on those podcasts and interviews. And it seems like that's the same. The residents are more inclined to be in favor of this, and the non-residents are not, which is typical of what we're seeing. I know that there was a question, I believe last time, of when this would be implemented. It would not be implemented for this coming waterfowl season. It would be more looking at 2024-25 waterfowl seasons. So the only other thing I'd like to add is, and I believe it's in your briefing book on the next page, is that we are in discussions about creating a non-resident state stamp. Currently, they're all the same, and we'd like to create that, but that's kind of the discussion point and not really necessarily in a workshop at this point. We wanted to mention it while we're on the subject of non-resident waterfowl. With that, unless Stuart wants to add something, we'd be open to.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I'll just add a couple closing remarks in regards to what you just said about some of the outreach that we've been undertaking, and whether he liked it or not, we designated Jason Deal, Regional Public Land Supervisor out of Chanute, to be our spokesperson for this hot topic, and he's done a good job of responding to requests to be on blogs, vlogs. I'm not even sure what all you call them, but he's done a good job. And it sounds like from these outside entities that maybe represent the non-resident component, they just didn't realize how minimal acres of wetland property we have in the state. And once they put that into perspective, I think they get a better sense and understanding of what we're trying to do, and it makes a little more sense. And in regards to the non-resident specific waterfowl stamp, that's going to be something that has to go through the Kansas legislature, as it is a state statute, and not through this commission process. So as I mentioned at the previous meeting, the department's looking at several statutes that are out of date or are in need of revision. So this would be one to include in a long list of statutes that we would take to legislature for amendments or additions. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Is there any questions from the commission?
Yeah, I've thought about this probably more than I should, but Stuart makes a good point, with the small amount of land we have. And I've hunted public lands in Kansas my whole life. And our refuge systems and our public hunting areas are built on traditional waterfowling. And things have changed. It's not traditional anymore. And that's why we're here. That's why we're having to implement this, as things change. And we're trying to maintain the quality of our hunting. And it's with what we have, with our lands and the small areas that we have to hunt, it's just not possible anymore. And that's why we're here making this decision. Nobody likes it. Nobody likes it. I don't like it. But it's what we're faced with, and we're just trying to do the best we can. Thank you.
Any questions from the public?
We do have one from online.
Okay.
He chatted with us. I love the check-in, check-out. This is Hunter Brewer. I love the check-in, check-out process, but when it comes to law enforcement, I've personally never seen a wildlife officer on any public lands what does the state or commission have planned to increase law enforcement in order to police these new policies?
We're trying.
Yeah, and I would ask this individual to let us know what property or properties he's been hunting. So we can
I can
follow
get
up.
his email address.
Okay.
Yeah, he can get with us directly.
One final thought I just thought of too is where we go from here in this whole promulgation process. You know, this is the second time we've workshopped this. August will be the third. From my perspective, and Ryan and I haven't discussed this in great detail. It'd be nice to have everything established to where we can actually write the language of the regulation to present in the August meeting. And if everybody's okay with that language at that time, then we would submit it to Dan for the promulgation process.
Okay. Yeah, we would, if we can get the final wording, then we would immediately get with our federal partners to make sure they agree, and then we can get it right with Dan.
I don't want to rush this, and I want to allow everybody ample opportunity to provide input, commission, public. And if we feel we're at that point at the August meeting, then we can proceed. If there's still more discussion and things that need to be hashed out, then we'll workshop at additional times.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yeah, Dan.
one thing that I would suggest that we maintain and include with that is all that documentation and all those contacts and all of that collateral information you've got about people's opinions and who you've heard from. Because one of the things that we are going to have to do when we introduce this into the promulgation process is support it entirely. Because we're going to be challenged on it on a revenue basis, because it won't be revenue neutral. We know that we're going to get questions about that. And also just the input that you get in terms of what the hunters that you've had contact with think about it. Because those are the kind of questions that we'll be asked to answer.
Okay. Any other questions?
Outfitter Association could probably, really care less, I mean, we do care what happens on public ground, but we don't run hunts on public ground. It's all private. So, it really doesn't affect us at all because we've still got 7 days we can hunt on that property. But I'm going to speak personally. We don't run duck hunts, have nothing to do with duck hunts, but I do enjoy duck hunting. And I go to Arkansas. Sometimes a lot of my friends go to Oklahoma, out of Kansas, go to other states and hunt. And they hunt public ground, especially in Arkansas. Something you might kind of take into account, go to some of the other states and ask what the pushback will be from them. Because originally in '94, when they allowed out-of-state deer hunting here, it was because Oklahoma was going to shut down any Kansas residents going into Oklahoma. So it can be very, very, which I can see Brad shaking his head. He knows what I'm talking about. It can be very retroactive. And you will get a lot of pushback if all of a sudden, okay, you can hunt 3 days in Arkansas, starting Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, whatever. Don't be surprised you don't get a lot of reciprocation back. Same thing with deer, with elk hunting and other things in other states. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, North Dakota and South Dakota all have restrictions on non-residents. So does Minnesota. Missouri has a draw system where on public lands, you stand in a line at 4:30 in the morning and you either get a draw or you don't get a draw.
Public and non-public.
Public lands only.
But in
Public.
state or out of state.
Public lands. Yeah.
You all, Eagle Bluffs.
Yeah, we are not the first implementing non-resident waterfowl hunting in the United States.
Okay, go ahead.
Nebraska and the rainwater basin is another one of the states that implements such measures. Implore you guys to support this measure from me and the folks that I represent. And as far as the outfitters go, I feel as if they actually do have quite a bit in this game, because if somebody can come up and hunt the 3 days and wants to hunt private ground for upland or release birds on CSA, it could potentially increase the amount of economic benefit that comes their direction as well.
All right. Well, we'll see you in August. Have that language all ship shape. Linda?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and the commission and the public. If you have not gone by Cedar Point Campground here at Milford State Park, you need to. Remember, it was the one that was flooded and we had a lot of people want input on how we designed it. It looks pretty incredible. It will open next Wednesday. We're going to open it up and you need to drive over to Cedar Point Campground. It's probably one of the best campgrounds we have in the state now. It was FEMA dollars. We used $2 million from the governor, gave us state general funds. It took all of that and then some, and then we're hoped to be reimbursed back, but the project is complete. We've just got a few other things to do, but it's incredible. So while you're here, you got to look at that. Okay, one more time. Do I have a clicker here? Yes. I wanted to, so we're the lowest daily fees. We went through that several times. I wanted to give you one more thing to look at since I didn't do it when I was there. Seasonal camp program, those are the current prices now. I proposed $100 increase. I wanted you to really see what I'm looking at. So I changed the group A, and the reason why is every one of those people that has a seasonal camp program has to get an annual camp. And the $100 increase for those, which we have the most in those smaller parks, it would be a discount even more than what they pay now. So I went back and I talked to our team. We'd like to go $150 on those smaller parks. So you're talking about Cedar Bluff, Cross Timbers, Eisenhower, Fall River, Glen Elder, Canopolis, Lovewell, Pomona, Historic Lake Scott, and Webster. So it will do away with the annual camp. They won't need that anymore, but we went up $150 per month on group A, which one utility, which we don't have hardly any. 4 people, I think, you utilized last year, the one utility. The 2 utility is one of the most utilized in the system because that's the sites we have. So you can still see it's a good savings from what it would be on a daily basis. And I also want to express to you, so this program, although we don't want them to look like they're living there, it's super good for us because we know who's there. When we enforce, when our team goes through, we know who should be there. It's a little bit easier for us to enforce as long as they keep their site clean and stuff. So it's a good program for us. It really is. The Corps of Engineers, we just had a meeting with them yesterday. They allowed us to do it El Dorado. We're hopeful that program really takes off well. So, but I just wanted to change. The only thing I changed was group A, 1 utility, 2 utility, and 3, and that would go up $150 a month instead of $100 a month because they don't have to have the annual camp. And I will take questions.
This is the people that stay in the same spot
For 30 days.
for 30 days.
Yes,
And that's the cost for 30 days.
that is correct. The proposed in the middle, Commissioner Sporer. And so if the fees go through, this is the deal. If our increases go through at $15 a night, it will be a savings on the other side. So if they stayed there and moved every 14 days, like they're supposed to, they have to move it at 14 days, it would be that much of a discount. And I will tell you, some discount is good because we've had the legislature talk to us about seniors giving them a discount. And so the 14-day will give a $2 a night discount. So if they want to do that and not utilize this, and then this will also be another discount that we can allow everyone, not just seniors, but it does provide a discount.
What does this have to do with long-term? What's the difference?
That's this, we call it seasonal camping, not long-term.
So nobody can stay in the same spot for more than 30 days.
No, they can up to for April through October, November. That's the program. But every month they have to renew.
So somebody can stay from April to October.
But it's per month contract. So they don't give a blanket contract. It's per month.
But they can walk in there and get
It's-
that same spot and stay.
It's a draw. It's through, we do it at a certain time in the beginning of the year. And if we only have, I know you're thinking about Cedar Bluff, so.
I'm not thinking about, I'm just trying to be.
Okay, so if we have 20 sites and there's 25 people that want it, we do a draw. And they put in what sites they want, and we select out what sites. They may not get the site they want. And so we do it by a draw. If we have, in some locations, if we have 20 sites and only 10 people, we still do a draw, but the demand's not there.
And the number of sites is not going to change in the state of Kansas for this program.
No. No, we submit that to the Corps of Engineers every year. As a matter of fact, it may decrease to some degree. As our demand increases in our state parks, these numbers will decrease. But it is a program that we have. It's a successful program. I'll just tell you, we received $563,000 last year from this program. That's good. But we need to keep up with our utilities is what we're doing.
Any other questions for Linda?
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 10 in our agenda is a listing of pending regulations that have been presented forever, and they're not ready to go yet. So we will just-
Actually, Mr. Chair,
yes,
the first three on that list will be going to the August meeting for a vote. Those are fishing regs. With the exception of 115.2-1, which is the fee increase regulation, all of those will be on the agenda for a vote in August.
okay.
One other thing that I would like to mention, and I referred before to this flow chart in terms of the process. One of the other things that we are working on as a group is a written explanation and description of the process. One of the most frustrating things when I started this job about 1.5 years ago was there was no written description of the process through the commission meetings. The workshop part of it, to the point where the concept of the regulation has been workshopped enough so that the commission is all in favor of it. And then it has to leave this process and enter the promulgation process. So that's work in progress. One thing that I would like to ask the commission for is some input in terms of how that designation is made. When you've heard the presentation enough times, when you're satisfied that all the questions and the issues have been resolved, we need something that makes it distinctive in terms of, yes, we've reached that point. And the reason why is that, and today was a good example, the dialogue is a little bit different between each presentation. And what I think we need is going to be something communicated from the presenter to the commission in terms of, Mr. Chair, is the commission satisfied that this regulation is ready to be promulgated? Because what happens is sometimes we end up in between. Sometimes I think it's to that point and it hasn't been yet. And the consequences of that are never good, because once it's entered the process, it's very difficult to make changes. So I would like the commission to consider how we signal that distinctively so that we've got a clear sign when you're ready, whether it's a public lands or Linda's, camp fees or whatever. We need a clear signal in terms of this one is ready to go to the next phase now.
Mr. Chair, I might ask Dan a question. So would we recommend then, Dan, that we put that question at the end of a given presenter's talk and ask that question? And so,
I think so, because I mean, I don't think there's ever going to be a time when we're going to have a set number of times to workshop an issue, because that depends on the issue. You know, sometimes it might be 10, sometimes it might be 2. So I don't think we want to dictate that. But whenever it gets to the point that the presenter, because the presenter is going to know, they're going to have an insight in terms of, hey, I've talked about this now 3 times and I don't think there's anything to add, and we're not getting public comments that we're headed in the wrong direction. So some exchange between.
I'll try to make sure on each workshop item that we firm up whether it's ready to go.
I think it would be great. I think it'll help everybody, just knowing exactly where we're at. And something that Sheila can reflect in the minutes, so that if there's ever any question, we can go back and look and see that, no, there was the endpoint. So
I'll try to make sure that happens. All right, now we have one other item that we always offer at the end, a general public comment on non-agenda items. We've had quite a bit of that today. Does anybody have anything more they want to add? Hearing none, do we need to pick any future meeting dates?
We need to set November. And after a little discussion, we talked about possibly November 9. And since this is actually the week before that,
I think
it's in Northeast Kansas, we can go wherever we want.
Okay,
yeah, I think that's.
when's the last time we were in Emporia?
Bear with me. Last time in Emporia.
Our friend with the orange hat is there.
Yeah.
that's before my time, so.
She had a crush on Keith.
Tell the truth.
He denied it.
Wow, I'm still trying to find when we were last.
It's been a while. Let's have
Quite
it
some
for
time.
you.
And we have a new location.
2017, January of 2017 at the Flint Hills Technical.
So
We'd like to show off our new facility there.
that'll be good. November 9th at Emporia. And our September meeting is September what?
This September meeting is not first, it's the second week, it's the 7th.
September's what day?
7.
7.
I think that's what I wrote down. I don't have.
Yeah, that's what I
thought
have,
we had
Garden City,
later than that.
In Garden City
Garden
is
City on
September
the
7th.
Huh?
Garden City on the 7th.
I'm looking at my calendar here.
Have you got a firm location for that one?
I do. I do. The September meeting is in city at the Bennett Center. It's at the Lee Richardson.
Is there a reason we didn't have it on the 14th?
Pardon?
Is there a reason we didn't have it on the 14th?
After some discussion, there was some conflicts in some other meetings.
Yeah, I think there, I don't know where Jake. I think there's some national meetings that a lot of our staff
Meetings.
that are gonna be going. I think there's several national meetings and coordination meetings that week. For
Association of
staff.
Fish and Wildlife Agencies meeting is then.
Yeah, and we'll have Ducks
We
Unlimited
have quite a few people. in
meetings.
that.
Yep.
Okay. I might have to attend that one by Zoom. Because I've got some conflicts that day that I maybe didn't realize.
We can discuss
What
the,
meetings we
if you want to run the meeting via Zoom or if you want someone else. proxy.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
That'll probably be the coordination.
I had somebody ask if the pre-meeting this morning is televised or recorded and can be where at
It'll be on our website.
on
Same
our
place you
website.
find the commission meeting.
Okay.
If there's no any more business, if there isn't, meeting adjourned.